John says Neovamisbist says.
Fullbow frog.
Morning, Spectre.
The only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
Lol.
Discord's muted now.
Just playing G's. Surprised it doesn't auto-mute when you go live.
I turned that streamer stuff off on Discord so I can see all the usernames.
It makes me uncomfortable. Guess the feelings are mutual. To feel something so sweet in the thick midsummer heat, swallowed out by the undertow, washed up right onto the shore. Tide came in like the sea and washed all over me. We're not holding back any hesitancy we had. To the fast lane we'll lose track. I hope it won't crash. Second gear into hold right dry.
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Lips up, let's take it slow. Heart sets another tone, and I hate getting vulnerable. You can have my whole soul, and we're not holding back.
Well, I can't do it now.
Any hesitancy we
Yes, Daddy.
I hope it won't crash.
How's apps going?
Good. Still like 35. Live studio.
Crispy Zero X
Oh,
says,
it's their own platform. Crispy, good morning. How you doing? I don't want their own.
Amif99 says,
Hi, Mr. Theo.
Hey, Amir, how you doing? Hey, how's the job going?
What's a second gear into overdrive?
Oh, they want gaming only. Is that what the problem is? I couldn't go live on TikTok right now if I wanted to. Start recording.
good?
Thanks for getting the dishes.
Yep.
You have fast feet?
Yep.
Is that what you're doing? Okay. Cool.
I'll catch you later. There's a chance I might be home early if it gets canceled.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
But just pen testing.
It's going good, but just pen testing, huh? Just pen testing? Good for you. I'm happy for you, Amir.
Vanzaravi says,
Good morning.
Amif99 says,
Come on. Good morning,
Your team
Robbie.
is not interesting so much.
It's all right, though. That's fine. Okay, we're going to table this because it really doesn't matter. I guess I could look at LinkedIn real quick for some jobs. Oh, that's right. Everything crashed. Where is my... Oh, there they are. Apply jobs. Did I do flex strut? I did. Okay, that's done. A certifier for Pepsi is coming up in cybersecurity. What does a certifier do? Counts bottles of pop. Cans of Coke. I'm sorry, it's Pepsi. Cans of Pepsi. Outside Recovery Associate. What is that?
Whatever it is, we just need to forget about everything. Just have
Rural King.
it's really that simple.
Oh, it's the outdoor merchandising area. So recovery is discourage people from stealing. This is awful. Why are these coming up in cyber? Because it's security. Technical training specialist. Security analyst. Manager in training at the Circle K. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K.
Hack the Planet says.
B7H30 Haxer.
John says.
Morning, Tagora.
Neovemisfist says.
Just make your own Theo Red teams are us.
Friendly neighborhood hacker. What kind of services could I provide the everyday working folk? Right? You pay $20 for one meal.
Will there be a vibe hacking like vibe coding in the future? Your thoughts?
Yeah, sure.
John says. Neovemisfist says.
Hack D's new. Oh wait. They're all ready as I bet.
Yep.
Hack the Planet says.
We could manufacture buttons, like ones that you push, but like bigger and better.
Oh, thanks for the shout out. Good morning, Pebble. You streaming today?
John says. Neovemisfist says.
Did they say that was easy?
Pebble Free says.
Yeah, streaming today.
Right on.
Hack the Planet says.
Oh, I wasn't going to make the buttons functional.
John says. Neovemisfist says.
You will hack the planet Fulbo Frog.
Got no idea why that comes up.
Hack the Planet says.
I just think the world has been a little too generic in the kinds and qualities of buttons produced, you know, the ones that you press. And I think we could make a better button. All I'm saying.
Okay. No arguing that.
John says. Neovemisfist says.
What about switches and toggles?
Loaf says,
Make a button that pushes you.
Ooh, that's some deep shit right there.
Hack the Planet says,
Ooh, the Soviet-Russian button.
It did Flex Strut, Vulture. The Motley Fool. Is that the investment platform? This town is ridiculous.
I mean, look, we've already got investor interest coming to the table with new ideas. Toggles? Switches? Look at this guy.
This guy knows what I'm talking about. This town is depressing. How can they have no local system administration jobs?
Zero X says,
Theoda, you earn a tons of money. Now that you're so good.
Yeah. I mean, I have a little building out back. I swim in my money like Scrooge McDuck. You know what I'm saying?
John says, Neovamispist says,
Try my area lol. I don't think there's any companies with real IT.
Crispy Zero X says,
Smile, smile.
Dayloop says,
Hello, Theabro.
John says,
Dayloop, how you doing?
Says,
Except one.
Dayloop says,
Sparkles emoji, tomato emoji, sparkles emoji.
Why did it start doing that? Thank you. Thank you for the sparkles, tomato sparkles. If I go 50 miles, then I include Cleveland and Pittsburgh.
Hack the Planet says,
Cincinnati and Dayton are surprising hubs for IT.
Youngstown just held on
says,
to that
Fullbo frog bop bop.
steel mill mentality. I heard we have a lot of consultants in the area. It didn't change.
Look at remote jobs for the Chinese gov. Lol.
It doesn't work. The demand for Americans working Chinese jobs is not as high as say North Koreans getting American
says,
jobs.
How's binary practice going?
Dayloop says,
Good.
With
It's
the
still up
job
here. I'm
sniping,
going to do that
we'll
next.
Cancel all job postings you apply to. Haha.
I'm going to do a little bit of the binary game some more. I'd like to do another module on Juniper. That's not right. Literally. Oh, it took me out. It took me out. It logged me out. Ethernet and MAC addresses next. All right, I'm putting in my master password. No clipping. You little hackers, no clipping.
John says, Neovamispist says,
Don't forget to learn how to type.
Dayloop says,
No problem.
I'ma have to sort something.
What's that? What are you going to sort?
Bubble sort.
Bubble sort.
Translated from German.
Where did that go? Where was I? Where was I that? There it is. So we'll do Ethernet and MAC addresses. 30-minute module today. Independent Technology Risk Advisor, Digital and Physical Technology Infrastructure. What in the hell?
Dayloop says,
I'm a quicksort and you're bubble sort. Yes.
I have no idea what you're trying to tell me, Dayloop. I like the words that you're using. They're very interesting. But I got no idea what you're trying to say.
Hack the Planet says,
You get to learn about the Wii and DSi.
John says Neovermispist says,
Laying in truck bed with thousands of pounds of metal looming above me. It's soothing.
You say so. Looming above you, what are you doing?
Dayloop says,
I gotta sort my communication skills then. Sucks.
Thanks for the lurk, Pure. How you doing today?
Pure says,
Doing good yourself.
Good, good. All good. Onion, what is that, Onion? I'm streaming.
Hack the Planet says,
I took up cap on my network yesterday and came to realize that the DHCP broadcast I was looking at was pointing to a problem. It wasn't until much later in the evening that I realized that Proxmox Node 1 had gone down.
And that's where your DHCP server is? System rel and support spec. What's that? Operations manager, business
Not
experience.
DHCP is on the router, but cap will see broadcast discover messages from devices trying to get an address.
Operations manager, complex loan administration.
Antioxidant TV says,
Hello.
Hello,
Translated from
Antioxidant TV.
Romanian.
How's it going? What is everyone else working on
John
today?
says Neovermispist
What are we
says,
doing?
Not running dedicated DHCP server? I'm disappointed. JK.
Antioxidant TV says,
What we getting into?
Juniper learning platform still.
John
Binary
says Neovermispist
practice
says,
and
Laying in a truck bed still.
I'd like to apply for one more job today. And it just look like they're useful. I think I took that.
Hack the Planet says.
I got a message this morning for a Director of Information Technology job 120 to 140. You could do it. D.
Director? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I was just waiting for an opportunity like that to come along.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Fake it till you make it.
Of course. Of course. Elizabeth Holmes. School of Hard Knocks. What was I doing? This, I have this, right?
Hack the Planet says.
Director of Information Technology is an empty suit gig. You don't actually need to know a lot, just have to have a good team around you.
Antioxidant TV says.
Carrot top pay scrum.
Tynan says.
No way. I missed the Tecmo Bowl tournament again? Maya.
Antioxidant TV says.
Lol.
How come they haven't made that into a mobile game yet, honestly? This seems like it'd be so much fun. I think there's knockoffs. Right. Yeah, I have that. Let's get rid of that.
Says.
Last job I was at, the director was someone with no knowledge. He was promoted from a Salesforce admin role.
Tynan says.
You missed the celebrations, mister. I even survived the whole 12 hours, Maya Oju.
Hack the Planet says.
That's what I'm saying. At least Theo has some IT knowledge. D.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Yes.
Translated from Indonesian.
Just be good at wrangling the subordinates.
I could do it. But like I said, like working in restaurants and trying to manage people in restaurants, it like really left a bad taste in my mouth. I bet I could do if I was working with, not to say restaurant people aren't professional, just the people that I was working with, not everyone was professional. I bet I could do it. Four results for on-site. And already applied.
Hack the Planet says.
Yeah, IT people aren't terrible to manage. If you take care of them, they'll take care of you.
Loaf says.
Look for IT roles in general.
Antioxidant TV says.
You think you have issues with bad employees/team, but it's the best teams and individuals that give the most problems.
Tynan says.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but like
to be a really mixed bag of bad temper and ego for the most part.
On the other end, though,
says,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All depends on scope, though.
That's what I'm saying. Tynan hit it. Tynan hit it on the head.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Don't eat where you poop.
I take a look at these. The problem is the pay.
Hack the Planet says,
what tends to happen is that your best performers tend to be your biggest sources of controversy. So it's kind of like the first thing you do when you go to jail is find the biggest, nastiest dude in the place and punch him in the throat.
Yeah.
In IT, you find the most critical person and get them on your side.
Yep. Same thing. Same thing. They usually they usually presented themselves in the kitchen. And if I had a hard time with them and they were giving me a hard time in front of everyone and they weren't helping me out, like I would clock them out. I would give them their clock out receipt and tell them go home, and I'd work their station for the rest of the night. And that usually did it for a few, like 6 months.
John says Neovamisbist says,
clock them out.
He's punched them out?
Clock them out.
Same thing.
Gun Void Walker says,
I learned a lot about people as a dishwasher.
Yeah. Yeah, you do. They forget you're there. Yep, I know what you're talking about. Stone, thank you for the 5 stream streak.
I loved it.
Tynan says,
either forget you're there or you're the counselor and everyone spills their guts to you.
Yep, that too.
Gun Void Walker says,
Akkurate.
John says Neovamisbist says,
I swear Zag's screen protector's quality has gone downhill.
Is that a good one? I've never heard of it.
I've had this phone 6 months and replaced the protector like 7 times now.
I got like a 6-pack, well 3-pack actually.
They are the main one retailers push.
For a small beanie hacker, her phone is just wrecked.
After the first few times?
John says Neovamisbist
Yeah, what are you
says,
doing to it, man?
Free replacements for life.
Oh.
Loaf says.
Is it free if it costs your time?
Good point. Why in the fuck is Leaf Fitter a gutter installer? 150K a year? Okay.
Time to change jobs.
I'll click
John
on
says
it.
Neovimisbus says.
Leaf
Doesn't
filter
cost
got
time more
me.
than a
I'll
few
click
minutes
on it.
shopping in Best Buy while they swap it out for me, lol.
Hack the Planet says.
I'm in the wrong business.
Loaf says.
I'll install gutters for 150K a year.
Right?
Gun Void Walker says.
IT was a big mistake.
John says Neovimisbus says.
You're too old and frail, Theo. XD.
I'll make it work.
Translated
If
from
I can
Spanish,
if I can
Hack the Planet
get
says.
a quarter.
They probably make
I'm
you
sorry.
sell cocaine on the side.
3/4. Son of a drug runner. While I'm,
Loaf
while
says,
you're driving around in your
I
van
bet you're
anyways,
scoping
might as well
out
run some
properties to
drugs.
Steal things from Smile.
Gutter coil. We supply the gutter coil, hangers, sealant, screws, and other accessories for every job. Our gutter installers make between 150 and 250 annually, on average. In order to qualify, you must have the following: a reliable truck or van. Okay. Functioning tools, including drill, speed square, miter saw. Oh, so you're a contractor. 5 or 6 inch gutter
I already
machine.
see what this is.
Yeah.
Sounds like a multi-layer marketing thing.
Well, it does a little bit, but I bet they qualify. Well, these home people, they do these home services people, they send out people to qualify to sell, and then the other people, the installers, come in afterwards. But I bet this is both.
John says Neovimisbus says.
Qualify.
I mean, look at this. Like, there's nothing here. Like, give me a break.
It's called casing.
Yeah, case in the joint. Yes. This one's in Akron, actually. I know a couple people.
Hack the Planet says.
You put the cocaine in the gutters. Easy.
Warlord Killer 028 says.
Clickbait.
Loaf says.
The statement our gutter installers make between 150K and 250K annual on average is also lacking context and information. Do they have other, well-paying jobs and install your gutters on the side?
No.
Warlord Killer 028 says.
Clickbait.
Yeah, it does feel a little clickbaity with the pay, with the compensation. Mastery in Java and Java Groovy programming, proficient in C, VBA experience, macro work, familiarity in front-end technologies, notably AngularJS.
Loaf says.
What a mixed bag.
Gun
Yeah.
Void Walker says.
Don't echt suspicious. Deliver the packages in the gutter, don't ask questions. Normal job.
I can do that, no problem. I'm just a duck on the pond.
John says Neovimisbus says.
Lol, that picture is the metal that is looming above me, Theo.
Loaf says.
That job says, we lost 3 people and want to replace them with 1.
Yeah. Which tracks for, this is, the Goodyear is an old U.S. company. I mean, I think maybe
Gunboy Walker
1800s.
says,
Dick.
translated from Dutch.
What picture, Spectre? Who'd you send it to?
John says Neovenisfist says,
You replied back to it. Discord DM.
Oh my God,
Whoa.
I thought you were someone else. What, are you loading something up? Are you waiting for it to waiting for them to load it? Tell them to load that shit. Let's go. We got shit to do.
Was unhooking the trailer.
It makes me uncomfortable. Guess the feelings are mutual. To feel something so sweet in the
Horse trailer.
pulled out by the undertow, washed up right onto the shore. Tide came in like the sea and washed over me. We're not holding back any hesitancy we've had.
Monitor computer network systems for security events, performing alert triage and investigations on suspicious activities found, respond to security events and incidents based on established incident response plan and playbooks, assisting senior security analysts in assessing, that was a little bit of a tongue twister, respond to the security events and incidents based on established incident response plan playbooks, assist senior security analysts in assessing company against applicable security compliance and regulatory mandates.
Wise Stone says,
For 70K?
Gun Void Walker says,
65 to 85.
GPT.
Getting vulnerable. You can have my whole soul. And we're
Juliank 120 says,
Hi, how's it going?
Good, Julian K. How's it going with you?
you hold the key and
So many pings.
you're deadly to me, and that's fine. Hard to say it, but that's where I'm at.
Code.
In the rubber and biting the dust. There's something to it. I'm starting to feel the rush. Starting to feel
Whoa.
Good. Just chilling.
You're awesome at experience with security related technologies, including firewalls. Yeah. Intrusion detection systems, SIEM, vulnerability scanners, antivirus, data leak prevention. Oh, those are two separate things, Turbo. Antivirus, data leak prevention, two-factor authentication, and VPN. Excellent analytical, evaluative problem-solving abilities, demonstrated working knowledge of risk assessment and its applied to information security, experience with industry-based information security and/or control frameworks, NIST cybersecurity framework, NIST risk management framework, HIPAA, SOX, GDPR, ISO 27001 and 2, SSAE 18, SOC 1 and 2, SANS Top 20, etc. All of them. And privacy laws,
Tynan
deep
says-
understanding of firewalls and rule
Wait,
sets.
are you job hunting again or just looking at what's out there?
I am job
Hania
hunting
what?
again, Tynan. Job hunting again. They cut my employer's contract. They reduced it by half.
Wisestone says,
50 of us were let go.
Pure says,
Last ping might have been me.
No,
Gun
you're
Void
fine.
Walker says,
Is that normal? 65 key?
No, I think 65 is on the lower end for this. But I'd have to be at the high end. And I could do this. I could do this no problem. The problem is they're going to disqualify me. They're going to disqualify me because I don't have, you know what? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to disqualify me. I need to stop disqualifying myself and just apply.
Tynan says,
Ah, I'm sorry to hear that.
No
Hope
worries.
you can find something suitable for you. Hania sad sit.
Yeah, something will come along. We'll figure it out. We're going to find something here. I can feel it. We're going to find something here. I am regenerating the password you saw on the screen, you little hackers.
Pure says,
You can easily become a SEC analyst 1.
I'll keep that in mind, Pure. I'll keep that in mind. SOC Analyst 1. I'll search for that next real quick. You know what? I'll do that right
Gun Void Walker says,
now.
If you found a gutter cleaning business, I will apply to your new company, Theo.
Wisestone says,
Didn't see nothing and I'm no hacker. I'm just a wannabe.
I applied to that one. I would like that one to come through too.
John says Neovermispist says,
It's okay. Theo isn't a hacker either. He's a disc jockey.
This town is ridiculous.
Time to move to Florida.
Sorry, it's still
Vomiting
blurred.
face emoji.
We
Vomiting
can
face emoji.
that didn't that didn't that I copied that yesterday. How is it still in?
Gun Void Walker says,
You get to open carry while fishing. So does that.
John says Neovermispist says,
Lol those videos. I can open carry anytime in me. XD.
translated from Spanish. Gun Void Walker says,
Nice.
John says Neovermispist says,
I don't, cause I don't want the attention lol.
Okay, I'm gonna do it like this, like I normally do. instead of using the thing in there because it didn't save it.
Gun Void Walker says,
Need a cowboy hat.
Gun Void Walker says,
And an epic mustache.
What are you all going on about? Oh, open carrying. Yeah. Upload. Make sure something doesn't come across real quick. So Tynan, you had another 12-hour event? I missed it. I'm sorry. Was it yesterday? If you're still here. Looks like they could use some help on the network administration side of things. I don't even need my address for.
You don't agree with 25 megabytes for a salad recipe?
John says Neovamisbist says,
Make it one private drive.
Ugh. I hate these things. always think these things are ridiculous. I wonder if I get disqualified for anything.
Hey y'all, future man.
Magic user, welcome back. How are you doing today?
Hack the Planet says,
25 megabytes isn't a salad recipe, it's a malicious binary that will toss your salad. D.
Magic User says,
Pretty good dude. Avoiding my homework like I'm still a teen yourself? Feels vi.
I hear evil Jinx. Magic user. Oh my god, sorry. I was trying to do two things at the same time. So, yeah. We'll help you out with a little bit of a break, but let me know if you want me to time you out so you can get back to focusing on your homework. When's it due? I mean, what are you going to pick? What?
The only way to learn is by playing. The only way to win is by learning, and the only way to begin is by beginning.
Magic User says,
It's awful. There is no due date, so no incremental pressure low.
The incremental pressure should be coming from you. Think back to the last time that you had an assignment. Did you wait till the last minute?
Nothing in this world that's worth having comes easy.
Were you up all night doing it? Were you zombie the next day? What was the grade that you got on it? I'm thinking you were up all night. You probably got a C or a D on it. Maybe. This is my experience. And you were zombie the next day because you were up all night. Why not just do a little bit now, and a little bit tomorrow, and a little bit the next day, and save yourself the trouble? I know. Crazy talk. I know. What does a self-starter have?
John says, Neovermispist says,
Or just learn about energy drinks.
Magic User says,
No, I'm mostly a student. I just hate the topic. Fuck Texas government.
John says, Neovermispist says,
XD.
What?
Translated from Spanish. Loaf says,
The thing that gets me out of bed in the morning is my legs.
John says, Neovermispist says,
That sounds dreadful.
And here we go. Now I get to put all my certifications in here.
John says, Neovermispist says,
They don't have an import function? Gross.
Yeah, I already did it.
Loaf says,
I feel like job searching should be done away with. It should be employee searching.
I guess it was not the end when you said you didn't love me like before. 'Cause this person I've become doesn't feel like me anymore. And I'm far away from when I used to love you more.
Curie Bloodrose says,
Raw.
Translated from Welsh.
Good morning, Kiri. Thank you. Roar. I don't want anyone impersonating my certificate license number.
Gun Void Walker says,
We need a state commission on the civil service to assign work to citizens.
State Commission on Civil Service to assign work to citizens.
John says Neovimispist says,
Senior citizens.
Gun Void Walker says,
No, comrades.
Ooh, Switzerland sounds nice.
Why is race important to the employer?
John says Neovimispist says,
Tell M to F off. X. Lol.
I don't know. I don't know if one way or the other matters. It shouldn't, but I don't know if it does or not. So I just fill it all out.
I'm human.
Gun Void Walker says,
I am comrade.
Okay. Let's do a little bit of binary, and then I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Eight, 12, 13, 1, 4, 64 is here. 255 is everything. 4 is this one. Cav, you okay? This is 61, 64. To 32? No, 1. Yep. 187.
John says Neovermispist says.
Wait,
what's
what?
this?
187. 128. To 129. To 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. 128. 255. These aren't the ones that I've from the ones I have is the ones where you are subtracting to figure it out. 64 and 1. 7. 220. Okay, so there's a good one. 224. Oh, we know that one. Actually, it says 4. 252 is a good one. 252 is all of them except for 3. 36 is 32 and 4. 248 is 2. Okay, 255. All of them except for
Loaf says
4, 6, 7.
Oh, we know that one. Not thinking, you just know it already.
It's from memorization, though. I want to be able to understand them. 127 is 128 minus 1. No, 128 minus 1. It's 1 less. Is the way I should think of it. 34 is 32 plus 2. 12 is 8 and 4. 255 is all of them. 7 is 1 less than 8. 252 is all of them less 3. 255 minus 3. 10 is 8 and 2. 8 and 2. This is 187, 188. No. 129. 31 is 32. 31 is 1 less than 32. 4, 5, 1, 2, 6. 128. Wait. 28. Wait. No, it's not all of them. It's just 128. 4. 32 and 4. 40. Oh, there's a good one. 32 leaves 32 leaves 9, so 8 and 1. 2, 4, 32, 36, 31 is 1 less than 32, 69, 60, 64, and 5 is 4 and 1, 8, 58, 64, right? 64, so it's, shit, 32, 32, okay, that's where I get screwed up. 58 to get to 32, 32, 26, 26. So there's 16 and 8 and 2. That felt good. I'm not gonna lie, that felt good. What is this? What is that?
Gun Void Walker says,
I gotta come back to that one. 50, 50, 50, 32. It's 32.
Loaf says,
Dino dance.
I jinxed myself. This is a lot. The 50 is, oh my god. 32. 16 is 48. Another 2. 64. This is 127. This is 220. No. This is 16
this
plus
one is
1.
what I gave you a tip about earlier. Imagine the 0 bit is toggled.
$32, $34. 120.
Figure out the value of the 0 bits.
127. This is.
Subtract that from the larger number.
Forgot it. I forgot what it is.
-1.
I forgot what it is. Yeah, 20 is gonna be 16 and 4. 24 is 16. 16 and 8 is 24. I skipped those ones. I wanted to do them 128
John says
and
Neovis
60 was 192. I forgot
This
that.
game is not easy.
It's
with a
192.
touchpad XD. Lots of moving.
Okay, before I go to the next round, I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Gun Void Walker says,
I love my octals.
You're making our love worse. You're breaking my heart with every breath you take. I pray it's not over. I need your lips to keep me safe. Remember last year, how'd it go? There was nothing inside to just let go. Can't even hold on, I fall apart. Wish I stayed a little while with you. It's deja vu when I'm with you. Where did our time go again? You let it get to you. It left me blue. hour pass. Pretend you didn't leave while I was crumbling in the dark.
John says Neovamisbist says.
My headache is preventing me past level 4 lol. I'll try when headache is gone.
It's deja vu when I'm with you. Where did our time go again? You let it get to ya. It left me in blues. I know it ain't easy not to cry.
Curie Bloodrose says.
I got 11,250 on the binary game.
Gun Void Walker says.
Not.
John says Neovamisbist says.
But there is only 1 and 0.
Hack the Planet says.
I got 10,101,010 on the binary game.
John says Neovamisbist says.
Lol.
These blue skies in your eyes, I will never see again. These blue waves feel so light. They take me away. It's deja vu.
Need a mouse if I try it again lol.
Oof. Okay. Sorry. You got 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-0 on the binary game. All right. So there's binary numbers down here on the bottom, but I've been intentionally hiding them so I can try to. I've been practicing not using them at all.
John says Neovamisbist says.
They go away on level 4.
Right, that's what's happening right now. But I've been practicing them, like not looking at them at all. So. 16, 18, 192, 224, 31, 34. Shit, that's too much. 2, 16, 8 is 16, 24, 28, 61, 61, 64, 64, 32, and 16 is 48. 8. I just guessed there. 38, 30, 32, and 4. 22 is shit. 22 is 16, and 8 is 24, 34, 32, 240. Shit. It's 128. 64 is 192. 224, and another 14. I know, another 14 is it's 4, 8, and 2.
It's extra hard doing it while hearing numbers XD.
Loaf says
11,225, so good.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. Yeah, it must have been a high score for me. Yeah. Maybe one more time.
Look at that massive jump. I bet you were dreaming about binary.
No, my brain just needs to settle on like what I've learned. Just needs to settle like overnight. Needs to just take I don't know, just needs to take a break from it and then come back to it. Ethernet and Mac. Oh, I opened that twice, didn't I? No, it just kept the first one.
Hello, welcome to Module 3. I hate to do this to you, but I need you to sing along with me here for a minute.
I'm not singing.
3, 2, 1. Ethernet, Ethernet, What do you think Module 3 is about? Yeah, you guessed it. Ethernet. Look, every network that you manage in your networking career is going to be an Ethernet network. It doesn't matter if it's wired or if it's wireless. So I have a collection of short videos here that will explain to you where Ethernet came from
says,
and where it is today.
Absolutely not.
It is for you to understand how Ethernet works.
X16-bit 32 Angie.
John says Neovamisbist says.
No Angie face.
Sing.
Ethernet is a standard communications mechanism that was developed in the 1980s. It defines the way devices can connect to the network And it also defines how
E7H30
the data that
anti-shake.
they want to
Kiri
exchange on the
Bloodrose
network
says,
must be formatted
X16
for
bit
transport
32
and
ZFNG.
delivery.
translated from German.
No Angie face.
Let's talk about Ethernet standards. Ethernet is a standard communications mechanism that was developed in the early 1980s. It defines the way devices can connect to the network, and it also defines how the data that they want to exchange on the network must be formatted for transport and delivery. Let's talk about Ethernet standards. There is a group called the Institute
Kiri
of
Bloodrose
Electrical
says,
and Electronics
Saying
Engineers.
it and I won't post
That name
Angie.
is so easy to say, we
XD.
usually abbreviate it
Translated
as the
from
IEEE,
Spanish.
or EAAA in Espanol. This group maintains Ethernet standards. Over the lifetime of Ethernet, improvements and updates are made, and each improvement and update is identified with a standard. These standards are identified by numbers. The Ethernet standards that relate to how Ethernet works on a wired network are identified as IEEE 802.3 standards. And each update, each new standard, is typically identified by adding a new letter or combination of letters to the end of that number. Ethernet also works on wireless networks, and the IEEE also maintains standards related to wireless Ethernet functions. All of the wireless Ethernet standards are identified by the number 802.11. Let's take a deeper look at some of these standards. The IEEE creates task forces, which are groups of people who are assigned to define an Ethernet standard, and these standards define Ethernet capabilities. For example, one of the first Ethernet standards was called the IEEE 802.3 standard. This enabled network devices to connect to a wired Ethernet network and transmit data at 10 megabits per second. As technological advances emerged, another task force was created and defined the IEEE 802.3U standard. We call this standard Fast Ethernet. It enabled devices to connect to a wired Ethernet network and transmit data at 100 megabits per second, 10 times faster than the previous version. These are common Ethernet standards that you will see in your networking career. It's useful to understand these when you're purchasing networking equipment. Each piece of networking equipment will have a list of technical specifications, and the Ethernet standards that that device supports will be listed in those specifications. Remember that part of the Ethernet standard defines how devices connect to a wired network. There are two methods. One method is using a copper Ethernet cable, and another method is using a fiber optic Ethernet cable. Both cable types are capable of transmitting Ethernet data, but they do it using different methods. Copper cables transmit pulses of electricity. Those pulses of electricity are used to signal data transmission. Fiber optic cables can signal
Gun
that
Void
signal
Walker
using
says,
pulses of light.
Who of
We'll
you
learn
not
more
has
about
more than
these
1
cable
gigabyte
types
at home?
in another module in this course. You will work with many copper Ethernet cables in your networking career. Each copper Ethernet cable is comprised of 4 pairs of copper wires. Each pair of wires is twisted together to help eliminate something called electromagnetic interference that is generated when these electrical pulses are sent down the wire. Some pairs of the Ethernet cable are used to send data, while other pairs are used to receive data. The term we use to describe this type of Ethernet cable is an unshielded twisted pair cable. You will learn more about how Ethernet cables send and
So Twitch hack is scuffed at the moment.
Kiri Bloodrose
It
says,
works.
Oof.
Oh my god, I thought it works. Did I spell that wrong? There it is. Oh, we just sent our commands at the same time. So it works, but it doesn't give you it doesn't give you feedback when you're launching actual commands. At least it didn't. Yeah, see, it's not telling you if you... Yeah, see, it's not telling you if your attack is successful or not. Maybe we'll do that today.
Receive data in other modules in this course. At the end of an Ethernet cable, you will see a unique type of connector.
Copilot says the most common Ethernet speed for home networks is 1 gigabit per second.
Bullshit. I'd like to see the citation for that. Full of shit. The most common speed for home networks is like 250.
That's why I asked earlier.
IS-45 was the next number on the list, so RJ45 connector. When you make your own Ethernet cable, you will untwist those 4 pairs
John
of
says
wires,
Neovimisbis
straighten them
says
out, arrange them in a particular order, and insert them into this RJ45 jack. You will then use a tool called a crimper to pinch those copper blades down into that wire to establish connectivity. Now this Ethernet cable is ready to connect a device to the network. Another name for these types of connectors is an 8P8C. That stands for 8 positions for 8 contacts. I haven't seen that very often. I always see these types
home
of connectors
Ethernet inside the home is most
RJ45
common at 1
connectors.
gigabit per second.
The other cable type that you will
Not the
encounter
speed
on
of the
Ethernet
ISP.
network is a fiber
Oh.
optic cable.
Got it.
Cables are comprised of tubes made out of very highly polished glass that can transmit pulses of light. There are some fiber optic cables that are designed to carry those pulses of light within a data center, and other fiber optic cable types that are able to carry pulses of light for over 100 miles. As with copper Ethernet cables, we will learn more about the different fiber optic cable types in another module in this course.
100 used to be till like 10 years ago XD.
Each device that wants to connect to the network requires a network interface card. There have been different network interface
100
cards
megabits
over
per
the
second,
years.
that is.
When networks were first established, there were many devices that wanted to connect to a network but weren't capable, so you had to add a network interface expansion card into a slot inside the motherboard of that device. Eventually, when networks became more common, more devices came with the Ethernet interface already built in, so it was ready to go. Now most devices come with a wireless Ethernet adapter already pre-installed as well.
Gun Void Walker says.
I remember my first gigabit switch. And I thought, now I have it in all.
John says Neovimisbis says.
2.5 gigabits per second is starting to peak its way in, but I think it's going to be a bit till mainstream and home yet.
Remember that when data is transmitted over an Ethernet network, it must be formatted inside of something called a frame. Now that frame contains valuable information like the source MAC address of the device that is sending the data, the destination MAC address of the device who should receive the data, the type of protocol at layer 3, either IPv4 or IPv6, the actual data itself, which we call the payload, and then there's actually a trailer at the end of the frame that can be used by devices in transit to determine whether or not the data has been corrupted. We've used the term MAC quite a bit in this course because we've discussed source MAC addresses, destination MAC addresses. Well, the term MAC stands for medium or media. I've seen these words used interchangeably. Access control. It's a set of standards that enables a device to uniquely identify itself on a network using MAC addresses and to transmit and receive Ethernet frames.
Gun Void Walker
It
says.
doesn't matter what type
Maybe
of
when
physical
ISPs start
network
handing
device is
out
connected to
routers
the
with an
payload.
integrated 2.4 GBS switch.
Be it a
2.5.
wired or wireless network, these MAC standards enable devices to function on both types. Let's learn a little bit more now about MAC addresses.
John says Neovimisbis says.
Yay.
Each network interface card that is installed inside of a networking device contains a unique MAC address. That unique MAC address uniquely identifies that network interface card. Now it's important that you understand that it doesn't identify the entire device itself, but it does identify a particular network connection on a device. Most devices will have one network interface card installed, be it a wired or a wireless network interface card.
But some devices, and I always think of servers, can have multiple network interface cards installed. You see, there might be a network interface card installed that the users connect to the server over. There might be another network interface card that administrators use to connect to the server for administration purposes. I've seen servers that have a dedicated network interface card so the data on that server can be backed up. I've also seen a backup network interface card installed in servers so that if the primary network fails, the backup network can provide direct connectivity to the server and users can keep working. So I want you to think about a MAC address as uniquely identifying a device's connection to a network. A MAC address is a combination of numbers and letters that are separated by colons. And that MAC address is globally unique, just like the address of where you live. Let's learn a little bit more about how MAC addresses are structured. Well, we talked about how a MAC address is a unique combination of numbers and letters that are separated by colons. Well, the reason it's a combination of numbers and letters is because they use a numbering system called hexadecimal to generate these unique MAC addresses. And if you are a manufacturer of network interfaces, wired or wireless network interfaces, you need to contact a group called the IEEE, and you will purchase something that is called an organizationally unique identifier. You see that MAC address that you see on the screen, there's actually two main parts to it.
Yeah.
The first 6 characters in a MAC address uniquely identify the manufacturer of this network interface, and the last 6 characters in a MAC address uniquely identify that particular network interface card from that particular vendor. So somebody like Juniper Networks, who creates multiple devices with multiple network interfaces in them, will purchase multiple organizationally unique identifiers. And then Juniper Networks, when they make the network interfaces themselves, is able to then burn in that uniquely identifiable MAC address for that particular network interface. All right, let's spend a little time. Let's see if we understand a little.
Hold on.
It's multiple devices.
Network interface card is the second one. Okay.
We'll purchase multiple organizationally unique identifiers. And then Juniper Networks, when they make the network interfaces themselves, is able to then burn in that uniquely identifiable MAC address for that particular network interface. All right, let's spend a little time. Let's see if we understand a little bit about how MAC addresses are used. So we have 3 hosts connected to a network. You already know that those hosts will have a unique MAC address. In this scenario, host A wants to send data to host B. Okay, it's an Ethernet network, so host A would need to take that data and put it inside of a frame. Now remember, inside of an Ethernet frame, at the Ethernet header in layer 2, you're going to need to include a source and destination MAC address. Well, host A, amazingly enough, already knows its MAC address, but it doesn't know the MAC address of host B. How does it figure that out? Let's see. Host A uses a protocol called the Address Resolution Protocol, or ARP. You'll always hear it referred to as ARP, by the way. I like ARP because it's easy for me to spell, and I also kind of understand how it works. You see, what host A will do is create a special Ethernet frame that includes an ARP request. And this frame will be broadcast onto the network. And inside that ARP request frame, host A is simply going to ask this question. Would the device on the network that has this IP address, would you please respond to this ARP request with your MAC address?
All right, I've seen that on Wireshark.
Responds back, host A will know the destination MAC address for the device with a particular IP address. Whoa, that's pretty cool, because now host A has a source and destination MAC address that can be included in a frame, so now we're ready to transmit some data. Now that host A knows the destination MAC address, it can create an Ethernet frame and transmit the data on the network. Let's see what happens next. Now, once the frame arrives at host B, it analyzes the Ethernet header and says, wait a minute, that's my destination MAC address. That means this frame is for me. I can forward this frame to my layer 3 software, probably IPv4 or IPv6. The layer 3 header in this frame can be processed, and we can eventually get the data payload delivered to the correct application on this device. When I started my networking career, I didn't realize there were so many different numbering systems out there. I've been a big fan of decimal my whole life. I learned that when I was a little kid, right? You might struggle with math, but most of us are pretty good at counting. When I got into networking, I learned, wow, that all the data that's transmitted on the network is really transmitted in binary format. Remember, we can take any letter or number out there and convert it to a combination of ones and zeros. And then we just saw with MAC addresses that they use a numbering system called hexadecimal. And that is a combination of numbers and letters, right? We go from 0 to 9, but instead of saying 10, right, we start going A and B and C all the way up to F. And so different protocols, applications, processes will use different numbering systems to represent their data, and the same data can be represented using any of these different numbering systems. Now, we just learned that MAC addresses are written in hexadecimal format. But if you think about it, we also know that any data that's transmitted on the network is converted to binary format, a collection of ones and zeros. So think about this. That frame that a device wants to transmit on the network that includes the source and destination MAC address, those addresses must be converted from hexadecimal to binary before those addresses can be placed in the frame for transmission. Each hexadecimal character represents 4 binary bits. That means a combination of 4 ones and zeros. For example, in the hexadecimal address we see here on the screen, that red 0 that you see on the left represents 4 zeros in binary format. And since that first collection of numbers before the colon is a combination of 2 zeros, converting those 2 numbers to binary represents a combination of 8 zeros. And then after the colon, we have 0C in hexadecimal, which in binary would convert to 4 zeros. And then the C is 1100, and so on and so forth until we have that entire MAC address converted into binary format so it can be placed in an Ethernet header and transmitted on the network. So you'll see a lot of these conversions going on between these different numbering formats as data moves through different layers and is transmitted on the network. Let's look at the structure of an Ethernet frame in a little bit of detail. It consists of 3 primary sections. We'll have an Ethernet header, followed by a payload. Now, Ethernet considers everything after layer 2 payload, which means layer 3, layer 4, and then the actual data. And then it's followed by a trailer, which includes a value called the frame check sequence value.
Juniper networks. This is where I'm at.
And that's used to detect errors in transmission and corrupted data on the network. The Ethernet header contains the destination MAC address, that's a 48-bit field, so it's a combination of 48 ones and zeros, followed by a combination of 48 ones and zeros that represent the source MAC address of the device that generated this frame. The Ethernet header also includes an ether type field, which includes a number that identifies which protocol is at layer 3 in this frame. This is used by the destination device to determine which protocol should process the layer 3 header. Let's look at how the trailer can be used to detect errors in a network. This isn't a common occurrence on a modern network, but it is possible for data that's transmitted between hosts to be corrupted in transit. So let's say, for example, host A and host B are connected using copper Ethernet cables. And it just so happens that when the cables were run, they just happen to get run right behind the microwave oven. And every time we make popcorn, the network goes haywire. Well, what's causing that? Well, the electromagnetic radiation generated by us making popcorn is affecting the pulse of electricity that's flowing.
Okay, you heard it. No popcorn in the office.
Along the Ethernet cable that somebody laid right behind it. And so, how do we detect data that's corrupt on an Ethernet network? Well, let's take a look. This is where our good friend, the Ethernet trailer, comes into play. The host that is the source of the Ethernet runs a math formula across the Ethernet header and the payload. That math calculation generates a 32-bit answer that is added to the end of the frame in the trailer as our frame check sequence number. When the Ethernet frame is processed by host B, it also runs the same math formula across the Ethernet header and the payload and compares its 32-bit answer.
Why are you down here, Cav? Why? Why are you whimpering at me when there are people upstairs? Go. Go. Kev, go. Go.
To the 32-bit answer it received in the frame. If the answers match, the device knows that the frame has not been modified in transit. If the answers don't match, the frame is discarded. So this is how that trailer helps us detect data that's been corrupted in transit. Now that we've detected errors, what do we do about it? Well, when an error is detected in a frame, the checksums don't match, the frame's discarded. But it's up to the application that's generating the data to determine the next steps. For example, TCP-based applications actually include sequence numbers in all of the frames that they generate. And so the destination device can determine that, wait a minute, there's 3 or 4 frames here that you sent that I apparently did not receive. And so I can communicate back to the source, can you please send these many frames? That way I don't have to request the entire chunk of data that you sent me, and it makes network traffic more efficient. So corrupted frames are dropped, but the applications determine how these errors are handled. Each device in an Ethernet forwarding path calculates the frame check sequence number and compares it with the frame check sequence number that arrived with the frame. Corruption can be detected anywhere along a forwarding path. So wherever corruption of data is introduced, wherever in the network some ones and zeros have been modified in transit, it's rapidly detected and corrupt frames are immediately discarded. This makes the network very efficient. As you move throughout this course, you'll see network diagrams and examples. Many of those network diagrams will look like this one. We have 3 small local area networks that are all connected to a switch. The switch has a connection to a router that provides internet access. The tasks that we will perform together will be performed on this network. There are 6 computers that comprise the example network we just discussed, and they all run an operating system called Linux. There are many different versions of Linux. One of the most popular versions of Linux is called Ubuntu.
You heard it here, one of the most popular ones. Ladies and gentlemen, Small Beanie Hacker.
I would watch Us with you because at the end I wasn't paying attention to it because I had to clean the room.
Okay, we can watch Us. I've been meaning to. I like that dude's movies. Key?
No,
Peele.
Yeah.
Michael Peele.
That was Jacob Peele.
I don't know what it is. I think it's. I just know them from their TV show, Key and Peele.
Okay. But, you know.
Okay.
But it's kind of weird.
The movie?
Yeah, but
I don't mind that.
It's good, though.
Yeah, okay.
It's popular because it's open source, which means you can actually view the code that it's built on, and it's also free. You can download it and install it on any computer that's powerful enough to run it. You will see many different versions of Linux in your networking career. as I mentioned, you'll see multiple different Linux operating systems and really multiple different operating systems in general in your networking career. Since there's so many of them, you may think, wow, this is a lot to learn.
DMAC, this is Juniper Learning portal at, I gotta put it over here and restream. There it is. How you doing today, DMAC?
In reality, they're very similar. Every operating system is comprised of two primary components. One of them is called the kernel. This is the base code of the operating system. This is the part that boots when you turn the device on and controls and provides access to the hardware.
Gunvoid, we're going to take it for what it's worth. I have an opportunity to go after pursue employment at a place that is using Juniper networks. And this is Juniper hardware, and this is their learning platform. So like, it is what it is. We got to take from it. I got to take from it what it's offering. Chillin', DMAC. Cool. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us.
Inside of the device. It also launches and runs any applications that you installed on this local device. There's another primary component.
Hey, GoPro.
You might be familiar with
let me shouting out GoPro real quick, right? GoPro kindly, actually GoPro is cool. Just checking out the link. Sounds good, DMAC. GoPro is another InfoSec DevOps streamer, and if you don't already follow him, please click the little link. GoPro, do you have any marketing materials for the clip function, the DJ clip function you're working on? Fixing all your broken shit code. Anyways, GoPro is working on solving a problem for DJs, because now that Twitch, I'm looking at you, Bezos, Clancy. We're looking at you, Clancy. I wonder if anything like gets triggered when people say his name. You know what I mean? I feel like we're getting to that point where they could do stuff like that. With the Twitch DJs that they put all the Twitch DJs in a category. What they took away was their ability to make clips. GoPro is fixing that. You gotta corner him. I want to talk. Hey, I want to talk to you, Clint. Hey, come here, Clint. I want to talk to you. I don't think it's right what you're doing to the Twitch DJs.
A nice GUI enables you to interact with the computer, the software and the hardware that it's built out of, right? But also you'll see command line based shells, where instead of having a GUI window where you can click and perform options, you will actually enter commands and receive output. So operating systems are comprised, and you'll see multiple different Linux operating systems, right? But also you'll see command line based shells, where instead of having a GUI window where you can click and perform options, you will actually enter commands and one great thing about a GUI shell.
Look at that purple. Look at that purple Ubuntu.
With the operating system on a device. What you will discover, however, is that the majority of networking devices that you interact with will not run a GUI-based shell. You will connect to a device, enter a username and a password, and interact with the command line-based shell. This means you have to enter some commands. This is the hard part, isn't it? Because initially, you don't know which commands to enter to perform any network tasks.
That's what I'm saying.
These commands in this course and as you gain more networking experience.
Very cool. DMAC, you put you on a shadow ban if his name is mentioned in a negative light. I'm just saying, Clancy, Dan Clancy, InfoSec people should have their own category. Maybe there'd be more of us and we wouldn't have to stream in the software and software development category. You had Hack the Box initially, and then when our esteemed colleague GoPro tried to update some artwork and some metadata, your douchebag mods pulled both the categories. Why? I already mentioned, because they're douchebags.
Hey, do you remember those tasks that I mentioned you might get assigned from time to time throughout this course? Guess what? Hey, the first one just popped into your inbox here. It looks like it's got a list of 3 things we're going to perform here. We want to look at a MAC address of the ENS.
Jeffrey Bezos is somewhere plotting. He's like an evil genius plotting against something. Or he's planning another trip. He's planning another landing of his Blue Origin. Another live stream of the landing. It's so terrible. Dude, someone on his team was like, they'll never know. They'll never know it's fake. And I'm not talking about them actually going to the edge of space. I'm talking about like them filming the pod that they're coming out of.
192 interface on a device on the network. We also want to look at the ENS 192 interface on a different device on the network. And we want to figure out who the vendor is. I wonder if we can do that.
So MAC address, check the MAC address on interface ENS 192 on host A. So how would I do that? Well, you know what? This is probably going to be Juniper hardware specific. Go. Let's see. Could be anything.
We were looking for the MAC address of the ENS 192 interface, I think on a device called host A. On newer Linux operating systems, the interfaces have a naming convention, and it's ENS, and the EN stands for Ethernet. So, okay, I know this is an Ethernet interface, and the S stands for slot. You see, Linux has become more and more popular over the years as an operating system that vendors will install on networking devices. And some of these networking devices have dozens, sometimes hundreds of interfaces in them. And these interfaces are Ethernet interfaces that are in different slots. And like I said, there's a lot of them. So a few years ago, the naming of Ethernet interfaces on Linux operating systems changed to something that has been a little confusing for me to adapt to. I was used to an interface on a Linux host being called an ETH interface, and we started numbering from 0. You'll see that a lot in the networking world where they start counting from 0. So play along, right? If you're like me and you count with your fingers, so you stick the first one out, that's 0, right? The second finger you stick out, that's 1. That's how they count in the networking world. Everything seems to start with 0. So the first Ethernet interface in the device was called ETH0. The second one was called ETH1. Now Ethernet interfaces are identified with the name ENS, and they start numbering the interfaces from a higher number, like 192.
It's gone.
Primary command that you will use
Gone forever. I don't know how I missed it. It was right here.
lot on a Linux host is the IP command. This command shows you networking information that's configured on a device. Now the IP command has some options that you will add to it that display information about all interfaces, or a particular interface, or addressing component. Let's take a look at some IP command examples. Here is a good example of using the IP command to retrieve output.
Good morning, XA.
192 interface on the host A device. Now, if this is the first time you've seen this type of output, it can be a little hard to interpret, so you'll want to analyze it closely. Some key things you might see in the output is the status of the interface. Now, this is experience talking, just generally in the networking.
XA, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I need a little bit of background on something before I just start typing commands. And this is going to be new technology for me, so...
as it relates to interfaces. When you're interpreting output, up is good, down is bad, right? The other thing you'll see in the output, and this is key to completing our task today, is the MAC address that's assigned to that interface. Write that down, and don't forget to also run this command on the host B device. In this example, you enter the IP link show command on host. Here is a good example of using the IP command to retrieve output about the device. Now, if this is the first time you've seen this type of output, it can be a little hard to interpret, so you want to analyze it closely. Some key things you might see in the output is the status of the interface. Now, this is experience talking just generally in the networking world. As it relates to interfaces, when you're interpreting output, up is good, down is bad, right? The other thing you'll see in the output, and this is key to completing our task today, is the MAC address that's assigned to that interface. Write that down, and don't forget to also run this command on the host B.
I don't think I have Juniper yet. It's topology. I don't know if they've made a one or not, but we're getting around that with GNS3. I feel like this is all under like Linux. Okay, where do I want to put this stuff? I'm going to be generic and start it in Juniper folder. Called Juniper Labs. A new note. Generically useful commands. let's take a look. Yeah, that's fine. IP link show. There's my MAC address. Cool.
Device. In this example, you enter the IP link show command on host B. You did not specify the ENS192 interface, so the output displays information about all the interfaces that are configured on host B. You can see in the output the MAC address for the ENS192 interface. Don't forget to write that down. Now that you know the MAC addresses for the host A and host B devices, you can use that information to determine what the manufacturer or vendor is. Remember that a MAC address is comprised of two parts.
Yep.
The first 6 digits in the MAC address, the organizationally unique identifier, identify the manufacturer of that network interface card. We can use those first 6 digits and our good friend the internet to determine the vendor. Let's see how this works.
Eve Next Generation. Not familiar with Eve. Tawny, I've got history with Juniper here. I advise them on their SDN, and they built their firewall based on my architecture. Fucking crazy. Hey, you're in the mood. Let me find a vuln hub I haven't done yet. Okay. Cool.
You can use a free website like wireshark.org to enter in the organizational unique for the host A and host B devices. In the retrieved output, you can see that the vendor for these two hosts is VMware. What does that mean? Well, that really means that these aren't two physical devices. These are two virtual machines that are running in a virtual machine or VMware environment. Congratulations, you have just completed all 3 of the networking tasks that you've been assigned. You've done a great job so far. Let's keep going and learn some more.
Hello, welcome back. You just learned a lot about Ethernet, didn't you? Do you want to sing about it some more? I'm not going to do that to you. I'm very proud of you.
Sorry, Kiri.
The networking components that process Ethernet frames, what a frame is, what a MAC address is. Wow. You've learned a lot so far. I'm very proud of you. Let's keep going and learn some more.
Okay, let's take a break and do some Wordle. How's that sound? I never cheat, Tawny. Oh! Thank you. Thank you. Now I can go over to my Wordle on. What? What are the odds? Oh my god. What? Wow. Wow. I have 9 of those like that. That crazy? That's crazy. I surprised myself. I've done it for shot 9 times. It's okay. I'll pay for it with connections. I'll turn back on TTS while I'm goofing around. Hawk, occupation, stay, loot. As in the instrument. Hold, dove, cash, education, bear, spouse,
Madam Fabulous
stand,
says,
doe.
Stare, 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 stare.
Tanifar3 says,
The first row are all 4-letter words.
They would do shit like that, honestly. That's how close, that's how dirty connections can get. Bear, spouse, stand, doe, bred, born, bull, last. There's a lot of animals in here.
John 2.0 on YouTube says,
Do you even hack, bro?
I didn't say anything about me hacking today. Bro. Bruv. Bruh. Wow, usually I can get one right off the rip. Hawk, occupation, stay. Loot.
John 2.0 on YouTube
Oh, you know what?
says,
Bray.
Hack the Planet says,
Hold, stay, stand are poker terms.
X Hay says,
Hawk, doe, bull, dove.
I doubt it's just animals. And would you say hawk, bear, doe, bull? I mean, there's only 4. There's another one. There's a dove in here. So what do? You know what I mean? I don't think that's it. I do think, though, there's cash, like... Oh, okay. Look. See, this is the shit they do. Those could be homophones. Loot, L-O-O-T, cash, C-A-S-H. Doe.
Madam Fabulous says,
Hawk, dove, bear, bull.
Bread.
Not Richie says,
Homophones of currency. Dude, that is so dirty, man. Ugh. That is so dirty.
Madam Fabulous says,
Hawkish, dovish, bearish, bullish.
X Hay says,
I'm not fit to play this game.
It's not fun. That's the hard one. How do you get the hard one first? Because I know to look for that dirty shit. You think it's issues? You know what? I'm dying to just... I want to show you how dirty they are. Bearish and bullish.
Madam Fabulous says,
Hawk is to dovis, bear is to bull.
No. Animal metaphors and economics. Dove? What is a dove in economics? Bear and bull markets. Is there a dove market? Is there a hawk market? Come on. Come on.
Dovish.
Translated from Italian, X Hay says,
I refuse to Google this.
Madam Fabulous says,
Hawkish policy versus dovish.
I've never heard that before. You've heard that before because of trading? Madam Fabulous?
Because I'm a literal god, thank you.
Okay, so education last.
My excellence
stand,
is only exceeded by
hold.
my
Oh yeah,
humanity.
those are poker things. Stay, stand, hold, last. Oh, persist. I was way off. Those are poker terms. Hold, last, hold, stand, and stay. Or maybe not stay, hold and stand. Well, I lucked into it, whatever. So what's this last one mean? Born, education, occupation, spouse. No idea. Sidebar info on what? Sidebar info on a person's Wikipedia page. That's so completely not relatable. All right.
X Hay says,
I reject their reality and substitute my own.
Who is Adam Savage from Mythbusters? The mini. Man, this one is mini
X
today.
Hay says,
Blue 10.
translated from Italian.
Org with shooting stars. Don't know. Buildings with weather vanes, stereotypical barns. Swiss watch brand.
Richie says, NEDA, translated from Haitian Creole.
Ugh. GoPro. Good job. Swiss watch brand. Swatch? No. Victorinox?
Planet
No.
says,
Rolex?
No. Swiss. I don't know. What Santa, Gandalf, and Dumbledore each have? Beards. Or just a beard. Pie in the sky. I'm bad with names. Start of billiards game break. Seeing red. Kiri. Timothy's role in A Complete Unknown. Bob. His name's Bob. Feeling blue. Sad. So Swiss watch brand Omega.
Omega.
And on to my nemesis. On Broadway.
Tanifar 3 says,
It's suiting that Omega was last.
Of course, cats wouldn't be there.
Not Richie says,
Wicked.
Don't tell Jess. What? Tell Jess. I'm not cheating. Oh. I don't see Wicked. You just giving me random ones? fuck with me, GoPro.
Ídolo bate São Broadway, haha.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Suacical.
GHT. Oh, you know what? Oh. IGHTS. Is there opening night? No. Cast, score, what? Curtain?
25-3 says
Hamilton.
I don't think they're I don't think they are show names. I think they're just like the cast, score, you know what I mean? Parts of Broadway. So what else is there? Curtain? Of course there's not curtain. Why would there be? Sing. Singing. S-I-N-G. S-I-N-G. Is it a different location? I don't get singing. S-I-N-G. No. S-I-N-G-I. S-I-N-G. Singing. It's it's mucus. It's mucus.
Madam Fabulous says
stare.
It's show. Oh, look at how straight they made it for me.
25-3 says
Stare, stare.
I'm not cheating.
I was wondering when you'd see that.
Lights.
It's obvious you're not cheating.
Dancing. I got no idea what this word's supposed to be. Yeah, no shit. Thanks. Mess-Utsko. That's all I can see there. I cannot see a word. All I see is Mess-Utsko.
You are welcome.
Etus. Muck etus. Stemco. Stucco. T-U. Stucco. Costumes. Get the Wordle. Or, the Wordle. Strands. Oh man. Steve.
Tanifar3 says,
Tell Jess.
If there's any cats in the hallway, you better get to stepping.
I miss Jess, haven't seen her for a while. Hope she's doing well.
Seven Raiders from Boss Unleashed have joined.
Hey! Sorry. Foss Unleashed, thank you for the raid. Foss, I don't know how I wasn't following you already. It seems like your content is like perfect for me to consume.
Foss Unleashed says,
/.
Welcome Raiders. Foss, thank you again for the raid. Welcome Raiders. Welcome to the channel. I'm Theo. What do we do here?
Says,
less than 3.
All right on. Welcome to what we affectionately call painful IT. And we call it painful IT because, well, usually I'm learning something new. I'm teaching myself something new, or I'm learning something new, and that process can be painful. You, however, caught me taking a quick break and painfully doing New York Times games. So we just finished up with the strands, connections, Wordle.
Boyd Walker says,
This is Slick Club.
For you, maybe.
Penguin Operat Zero says,
hello.
Hello, Penguin Operator. Thanks for saying hi. How are you doing today? Thank you for popping in to the chat and saying hello. This is a little bit about me. How was your stream, Foss? If you're still here and you didn't have to dip quickly, what were you working on?
Penguin Operat Zero says,
sorry, but goodbye.
Was it something I said? No worries. See you later, Penguin. All right. Back to this. So what do we do? Modern Ethernet LANs. Crank out an hour and then do some gaming. How's that sound?
Foss Unleashed says,
things went well. Got run it deployed. Learned how to use the control file for a service and how the status file is laid out.
Cool. Let's take a look at that real quick. Run it. Oh yeah, there's a new AI too out there. Is an init scheme and service supervisor for Unix-like systems. Run it is an init and service management scheme. Initializes, supervises, and ends processes throughout the operating system. Run it is a reimplementation of the daemon protocols. Daemon Tools Process Supervisor Toolkit that runs on many Linux-based operating systems, as well as BSD and Solaris operating systems.
X Hay says,
Ooh, gaming. What are we gaming?
Foss Unleashed
Probably
says,
GTA.
Planning to add a 9P interface to it for remote administration. Lighter alternative to System D.
I'd like to come up with something to play that, you know, all of you don't take off, because that's usually what happens. I have GTA, Helldivers. That's Small Beanie Hacker. She plays Hogwarts. I don't play that. Golf with Friends. Repo. Oh, Metadoc. That's right. We know the guy who makes Metadoc. Truck Simulator. Deep Rock. I tried Once Human. Just couldn't get into it. Too much crafting. Oh, the Finals is still on here. Oh, and Destiny. I bet I have to install Destiny. Oh no, it's how about that? I haven't uninstalled it yet. But yeah, probably GTA. There's an Exploding Kittens Online. Small Beanie Hacker, I'll have to tell you the story of the time I thought she was going to explode me. I didn't think she was doing anything else. And I got pretty pissed. I got pretty mad. I can be competitive playing games. That's interesting, Foss. That's interesting.
There's an Exploding Kittens Online? LOL.
Thank you for sharing. Okay.
Hello, welcome to Module 4. That's some good news for you. You are about to learn more about how Ethernet networks work. You're going to learn about some
now
of the
we need
devices
Munchkins
that
and
Ethernet
Red Shirts
networks are
online.
built out of.
I'll be
You'll
super
see how
happy.
those devices work
Gun
in the
Void
past
Walker
and
says,
how they work today.
Do you have cat
Bad
output
news
on
is I did
Steam?
not make up a song for this module, so let me work on that while you watch these videos.
I don't have Catapult on Steam, no. I don't know if that sounds like a game that I'd like to play. I could be wrong. You know what? I could be wrong. Let me just look at it real quickly. Catapult.
X Hay says,
Last Epic?
Gun Void Walker says,
Doppelpunkt D.
Foss Unleashed says,
This man has been in the Nox so long he's forgotten the sun even exists.
Yeah, he's the little pasty. Huh.
Gun Void Walker says,
I doubt it's on Steam.
You are about to learn more about how Ethernet networks work. You're going to learn about some of the devices that Ethernet networks are built out of.
Yeah. Probably not my game. Probably this.
I did not make up a song for this module, so let me work on that while you watch these videos.
Please don't. Switch operations in modern Ethernet LANs.
I want you to take a journey with me here for a minute. Let's take a journey to Layer 2. Remember Layer 2? We encapsulate our data. Layer 4, Layer 3, and Layer 2. Remember Layer 2? What's in there? Right, Layer 2, I think, well, let me think, a source MAC address and a destination MAC address. You see, Layer 2 is really the world that switches live in. Data encapsulated with Layer 2, let me think, that's a frame. Okay, switches forward frames, and they do it by analyzing the source and destination MAC addresses in a Layer 2 header. We're going to spend a lot of time in this module learning about how these devices work.
This dot actually loves networking.
Switches is high-speed connectivity.
Why are we hating on the dude?
With a large number of relatively inexpensive Ethernet ports. Look at all those ports.
Look at all them ports.
This is into any one of them. You can buy copper ports and use copper cables, or fiber ports and use fiber optic cables. And there's some switches that are even modular. You can buy the number of ports that you need to connect the number of devices you want to connect. They're very
Loving something is a good thing.
Generally, switches only have to read up to Layer 2 in the frames they receive to determine where traffic should be forwarded.
X Hay says,
No hate. Just worried about it.
Connectivity. The most important thing about switches is they can learn, and they can do it all by themselves. All you have to do is turn the switch on and start connecting devices. Let's look at what information switches learn and how they do it. All right, let's have a little refresher here about how switching works. Host A wants to send host B some data. You know it's going to break that data into smaller pieces and encapsulate them. And in the Layer 2 header, it's going to include a source and destination MAC address. Once the encapsulation is performed, host A is going to forward that data towards the switch.
I need to clean out this office, and I'm finding every excuse possible to not start tearing it all down.
MAC address and can set a switch.
Would you like a timeout?
Outbound interface that should be used to forward this frame. But how did it know that? How did it know which interface?
Just start with one corner at a time. You know what I mean? Just start with the desk or start with a bookshelf. Just start.
And can consult a switching table to determine the outbound interface that should be used.
Oh, there's the table, Tagora.
And in the layer 2 header, it's going to include a source and destination MAC address.
Miss Tess says.
Once the encapsulation is performed,
Hi, Miss Tess.
Says.
I would be honored to be timed out, but only if you do it.
Okay.
Determine the destination.
Hack the Planet says.
DNS, greater than ARP, greater than MAC.
¿Qué pasa?
Tanifar3 says.
You timed him out. Wow.
Did it work? I didn't see it.
X Hay says.
Not yet.
Tanifar3 says.
He's gonna show up as Sustamad on other channels now.
Is that what happens? Do you know how many people I've timed out for 1 second? Oh no. I feel so bad. Oh my god.
Mr. says.
I see that you removed all his messages.
Oh my god, I just realized something. Okay. So I follow a lot of streamers, but I'm not in all of them all the time. And we do this timeout thing. Like, I think who else times out people? Oh, Security Live will time out people, right? Okay. So I've been going, and from time to time I'll pop into their stream, but I got banned from a couple streams, and I'm like, I didn't fucking do anything. I must be coming up as suspicious.
Not Richie says.
Yes.
Don't make me time you out.
I think they're banning me because I'm coming up as a suspicious user.
Tanifar3 says.
I mean, come on.
Most likely banning causes Sus user rather than timeout.
Just give me a chance first. What? I mean, really? Wow. I mean, I have a good chunk of people that come up as
it's probably
suspicious.
A good choice. We know you like to troll other streamers.
Yes, I'm a huge problem.
Richie says.
Yes, Super Enigma Lupinin shows up as that on my stream. Forever low.
X Hay says.
It takes a lot of bans and timeouts to get a label through the whole platform.
I don't know about that.
Says.
I don't know about that.
I think B, say off your stream.
Mr. says.
I feel so bad.
You got a suspicious name though.
I know, I am. I am often. I am perceived as suspicious to law enforcement. Yeah. Yep. Or I'm suspicious, or I'm guilty. It happens all the time. When I'm awkward just talking about it. Oh my god, I just realized that's what's happening. I didn't even say anything. I raided someone one time and said hello, and they banned me.
Gun Void Walker says.
You don't have a perfect record.
I don't have a perfect record, no. A lot of stuff's over 10 years, but it was like for an open container.
X Hay says.
I mod for one person that has an alt channel. I demanded not to mod because we made a command to myself out 5 minutes. And I do it multiple times per stream.
Not Richie says.
You banned me at hello.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Of course, it was touch and go there. Who did you tangle? Who was that?
Gun Void Walker says.
It was someone with SQL injection.
Seriously.
Ryan is or 1 equals. I forget who it was. It was so long ago. Well, solve that mystery. It's because I come up as suspicious in other people's channels. Wow. Well, it is what it is.
Mr. says.
I recently got a new nickname on Twitch, though XD.
What's your new nickname on Twitch, Miss Tess? Good to see you again. I hope all is well.
MAC address and consult a switching table to determine the outbound interface that should be used to forward
Tech
this
mommy.
towards host B.
Okay.
But how did it know that? How did it know which interface it should use to forward that frame to host B? This is what makes switches magical. It can learn this information by itself. Let's see how this works. Watch how this switch learns.
Oh my God. I think I'm going to have to stop doing that. I mean, I'm sorry. If I timed you out and you are being suspicious across Twitch now, I'm sorry. I'll stop. I owe Cypher, I owe you an apology. Oh my God.
Says.
Most likely timing out is okay, but not sure. Banning will flag others for sure.
Not Richie says.
Yeah, I've been banned in.
Maybe it was from getting a ban. Ban.
I think it was getting banned though, because I was Security Live's bottle ban indiscriminately, and then unban.
Gun Void Walker says.
That's funny.
Also NSE won't recruit him.
Devices to the switch. These devices, for some reason, just love to talk. They start sending data on the network. Now, you know, every piece of data that they send on the network is encapsulated with an Ethernet header, a layer 2 header. So there's a source and destination MAC address in every single one of them. So as that data arrives at the switch and it analyzes that layer 2 header,
says.
it looks at
or
the
he is
source
NSA
MAC
and
address
subterfuge
every
says he
single
isn't.
frame it receives. This source MAC address connected to me on
Gun
this
Void
port.
Walker says.
Doppelpunkt D.
This may come in handy. And the device writes that down, the switch does. In a table, the switch learns. Once you start connecting devices to the switch, these devices for some reason just love to talk. They start sending data on the network. Now, you know, every piece of data that they send on the network is encapsulated with an Ethernet header, a layer 2 header. So there's a source and destination MAC address in every single one of them. So as that data arrives at the switch and it analyzes that layer 2 header, it looks at the source MAC address in every single frame it receives. And it realizes, wow, there's a device with this source MAC address connected to me on this port. Let me write that down. This may come in handy. And the device writes that down, the switch does, in a table. It's called the Ethernet switching table. This is how it learns. I look at the source MAC address, I learn the interface that it came in on, and I write that down in my table. All right, let's keep going.
Ethernet switching table. Okay.
The switch that's doing all this learning and writing all this information about this MAC address is reachable out of this interface. Remember, it writes it down in the table. Now here's the deal. This table can be called many things because each vendor may name it a little bit differently. I've seen this called a bridging table.
Oh, there's the MAC table you're talking about, Tagora.
So I want you to hear these names that I'm saying, and I want you to kind of remember them because, again, just different people that have different experience with different vendors will call them different things. In Juniper, we call it the Ethernet switching table. But just please remember, it could be any of these different names, but they're all the same thing. This is where the switch writes down what it learns. Alright, so this table that we've talked about, this Ethernet switching table, I want you to understand that this table is very dynamic and it's stored in memory, in RAM, on the switch. If a switch has just powered on, there's not a whole lot of information yet in the switching table. It hasn't seen enough traffic. So it is possible that the device can send a frame to the switch, and when it looks at the layer 2 header, looks at the destination MAC address, and looks at the switching table, there's nothing there. It says, wait a minute, there's nothing for this destination MAC address on my table. I really don't know the outbound interface to use to forward this frame to its destination. So you know what it does? Since it doesn't know what to do, it forwards the frame out every single port except the one it came in on. Let's see how this helps the switch learn. Now we just learned that when a switch receives a frame that contains a destination MAC address that is not in its table, it doesn't know where to forward it. It forwards the frame out every port except the one it came in on. The name for that process, the technical term for that process, is called flooding. Now flooding is a negative on a network because flooding means the switch just sent a frame to devices that do not have a destination MAC address that matches the one in the frame. So there's going to be devices out there receiving traffic that's not destined for them, and it's going to cause them some processing power. Now it's minimal, but again, it's not something you really want to have happen on a network. And that's why we want the switch to learn and know exactly how to forward frames so we can be efficient. But how does this process help the switch learn the destination MAC address? Stay tuned. This is how the flooding process helps the switch learn MAC addresses. You see, that frame was forwarded to a host that really did have that destination MAC address, and so it did process the frame. And you know what? Eventually it's going to reply back to the host that sent it the frame. And when it does that, it's going to generate a frame with its source MAC address in it and forward it to the switch. And then the switch is going to lean forward in its chair and it's going to go, oh, look at that source MAC address. I don't know that one. Let me go ahead and add that to my switching table. This is the magic of flooding. You see, I told you. Once host B replies back to host A and that frame traverses the switch, and that switch analyzes that source MAC address in the Ethernet header, it can update its Ethernet switching table. Now the switch has a little more intelligence, and we've reduced the flooding that's occurring on the network. Because of this learning process, our switch can now intelligently forward frames on the network. We have reduced the need for flooding. So the next time host A sends a frame to host B, the switch can consult the destination MAC address in the Ethernet header, look through the Ethernet switching table, determine the outbound interface, and forward the frame to host B and host B only. Flooding has now been eliminated, our network is operating more efficiently, and the switch learned how to do this all by itself. Understand the term broadcast.
Let me do this again.
Ethernet switching table. I want you to understand that this table is very dynamic and it's stored in memory and RAM on the switch. If a switch has just powered on, there's not a whole lot of information yet in the switching table. It hasn't seen any traffic. So it is possible that the device can send a frame to the switch, and when it looks at the layer 2 header, looks at the destination MAC address, and looks at the switching table, there's nothing there. It says, wait a minute, there's nothing for this destination MAC address on my table. I really don't know the outbound interface to use to forward this frame to its destination. So you know what it does? Since it doesn't know what to do, it forwards the frame out every single port except the one it came in on. Let's see how this helps the switch learn. We just learned that when a switch receives a frame that contains a destination MAC address that is not in its table, it doesn't know where to forward it. It forwards the frame out every port except the one it came in on. The name for that process, the technical term for that process, is called flooding. Now, flooding is a negative on a network because flooding means the switch just sent a frame to devices that do not have a destination MAC address that matches the one in the frame. So there's going to be devices out there receiving traffic that's not destined for them, and that's going to cause them some processing power. Now, it's minimal, but again, it's not something you really want to have happen on a network. And that's why we want the switch to learn and know exactly how to forward frames so we can be efficient. But how does this process help the switch learn the destination MAC address? Stay tuned. This is how the flooding process helps the switch learn MAC addresses. You see, that frame was forwarded to a host that really did have that destination MAC address, and so it did process the frame. And you know what? eventually it's going to reply back to the host that sent it the frame. And when it does that, it's going to generate a frame with its source MAC address in it and forward it to the switch. And then the switch is going to lean forward in its chair and it's going to go, oh, look at that source MAC address. I don't know that one. Let me go ahead and add that to my switching table. This is the magic of flooding. You see, I told you. Once host B replies back to host A and that frame traverses the switch, and that switch analyzes that source MAC address in the Ethernet header, it can update its Ethernet switching table. Now the switch has a little more intelligence, and we reduce the amount of flooding that's occurring on the network. Because of this learning process, our switch can now intelligently
GoPro, you little hacker.
forward frames on the network. We have reduced the need for flooding. So the next time host A sends the switch can consult the destination MAC address in the Ethernet header, look through the Ethernet switching table, determine the outbound interface, and forward the frame to host B and host B only. Flooding has now been eliminated, our network is operating more efficiently, and the switch learned how to do this all by itself.
MAC address, broadcast domains, VLANs.
I think you probably understand the term broadcast. We live in modern times, and most of us have television stations and radio stations nearby that are emitting signals 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you want to receive those signals, you simply need the right type of receiving equipment, like a satellite dish or a TV or radio antenna. But again, the concept of the broadcast is that anybody can receive the signal if they want to. You're going to see in this module that certain types of network communications work the same way. Let's take a look. Up until this point in this course, we've really only focused on what are called unicast MAC addresses, which really mean individually unique MAC addresses that are burned into an interface card on a network-connected device. But there are some special MAC addresses that are also used in Ethernet networks. One of these is called a broadcast MAC address. This MAC address is used as a destination MAC address in frames that should be processed by every device that's connected to the network. So if a device wants to transmit a message, some data onto the network that all hosts on the network should process, it will encapsulate the data in an Ethernet frame and use the all-Fs broadcast MAC address as the destination MAC address field and transmit that frame on the network. When it arrives at the switch understands that, oh, that's a broadcast MAC address in the destination MAC address field. I must flood this frame out every port except the port that it came in on. This is how broadcast frames are processed on an Ethernet network. You may be asking yourself the question, what type of traffic is broadcast on a network? It depends. Remember, it's the applications that these hosts are running that actually generate data that needs to be encapsulated and transported on the network. So the application that you're running will determine should this be unicast to an individual device, or is this data that should be broadcast to every host on the network? I think of important things like alerts, events, alarms. Sometimes servers, when they're undergoing a reboot event, will send a broadcast message out to every connected host on the network. This enables any connected clients to close any connected applications and eliminate the loss of data. We learned in an earlier module about one use of broadcasts on an Ethernet network, and it was by a protocol called ARP that enabled hosts to send a broadcast message onto the local network asking a simple question. With a device that has this IP address assigned to it, would you please respond to this broadcast message with your MAC address? And the device with the matching IP address could respond back, and now that host that issued that ARP broadcast message can cobble together a proper Ethernet frame that can be transmitted to that destination MAC address on the local network. You'll see other uses of broadcast traffic on Ethernet networks as you learn more about network protocols. couple of minutes ago that when a frame enters a switch and the destination MAC address is all S, the broadcast MAC address, we learned that a switch will forward that frame out of every single port except the one it came in on, right? It floods it because every device needs to receive this broadcast message. In the example on the slide, when the broadcast frame from host A enters the switch, it's forwarded out every single port on that switch because all ports on the switch by default are in the same broadcast domain. And that's kind of like a fence that's built around a collection of hosts that can communicate directly on the network and who would see the broadcasts that are generated by any other hosts on the network. Now, you're able to change through the configuration of the switch how far or which ports broadcast messages are replicated out of. And we'll see how to do that a little bit later in this module. We've talked about two types of MAC addresses already. What's called a unicast MAC address, the unique one that each device has on their network interface. We've talked about a broadcast MAC address, a special one that can be used to forward data to every host within the same broadcast domain. But there's a third type of MAC address that is used on an Ethernet network, and this is used for something called multicasting. Now, it may be a little hard for you to understand, so I'm going to try to use an analogy that hopefully makes some sense to you. If you can think about the block that you live on, I don't know how many houses or apartments are within that block, but there's more than one, right? If you can think about all of the channels that are on television that you can watch, or all of the things that you can stream, everybody on your little block is not watching the exact same channel at a time, but there may be a big football game on. And out of the, let's say, 20 to 25 houses on your block, maybe 10 of them are watching that game. And so as we're streaming the packets that contain the video to those houses, instead of sending one copy of each packet to the 10 houses that are interested in them, if we can get all 10 of those houses to agree on a common destination MAC address they would all share, then I could stream one copy of each packet to those interested houses that contained that interesting MAC address that they all agreed to share, that common MAC address. They would all and I could reduce the number of packets by 10, if that makes sense. So it's a temporary MAC address that devices can join when they want to temporarily receive data. And I think about channels on television or stations on a radio. Not everybody's listening to the same one, but there are groups of folks that are. And if we can get those different groups of folks to agree on a MAC address they would temporarily share while the program they're interested in is on, we could use that to greatly reduce the amount of traffic that's transported on our network. You will see these types of MAC addresses frequently in environments where people are streaming audio and video. You can actually examine a MAC address and determine what type it is. If you're examining frames and you happen to see a destination MAC address that starts with an even number, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, those even numbers are reserved for unicast MAC addresses. The first 3 bytes of a multicast address are always going to be 01005E. The other remaining bytes are going to be used to uniquely identify the multicast group, and we've already talked about what a broadcast MAC address looks like. You can actually examine a MAC address and determine what type it is. If you're examining frames and you happen to see a destination MAC address that starts with an even number, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, those even numbers are reserved for unicast MAC addresses. The first 3 bytes of a multicast address are always going to be 01005E. The other remaining bytes are going to be used to uniquely identify the multicast group, and we've already talked about what a broadcast MAC address looks like.
Wow. Okay. Fighting it. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
I keep playing with my tears up. I keep playing with my tears up. I keep playing with my tears up. I keep playing with my tears. I keep playing with my tears up. I keep playing with my tears. I keep playing with my tears up. I keep playing with my tears. I keep playing with my tears up. I keep playing with my tears.
Let's talk about. You can actually. Yeah, let's start. Let's talk about something interesting here. I'm going to ask you a question. The switch receives a frame, and the destination MAC address is all Fs. Can you remember what that switch is going to do with that frame?
Broadcast.
And that's a great thing, but that can introduce problems. On an Ethernet network, you have to be careful how you connect your networking devices. For example, these switches in this graphic, they're cabled together in a loop. Now, this is a problem because of how broadcast traffic is processed on an Ethernet network. When host A or B or any host connected to any of those three switches that are in the same broadcast domain transmits a broadcast frame, it's forwarded out every port except the one it came in on, which happens to have on the other end of the link other switches who will do the same thing. And then you start getting what's called a broadcast storm, and these packets start looping and looping around the network, and they consume so much network resources that the switches can't forward normal traffic. So this is a problem. Now, of course, you'd love to cable those switches together in a loop because it gives you some redundancy, right? If a link fails, we already have an alternate path to reach all of the other devices in the network. So I'd love the redundancy, but I can't cable it that way because I will suffer from broadcast storms and my network won't work. There's got to be a solution to this, right?
I think there is.
There was a protocol that was invented a couple of decades ago called Spanning Tree. Now, this protocol enabled network administrators to connect their networking devices in a loop without creating a broadcast storm. You see, the Spanning Tree protocol would enable the switches to communicate and discover that they're connected in a loop. And the switches would agree to temporarily disable one of the links to eliminate the loop, so traffic can flow without creating a broadcast storm. If one of the other links between the switches failed, the temporarily disabled link could be dynamically reactivated and traffic could continue to flow. So this protocol enabled redundancy and eliminated broadcast storms. Now, Spanning Tree has a reputation for being a little bit complicated, and there are other protocols that have been invented over the past couple of decades that have really reduced the need to run Spanning Tree in most networks, and you'll learn about those as you become more advanced in your network studies. We've said multiple times in this module that when a switch receives a frame with a destination MAC address of all Fs, it forwards it out every port except the one it came in on, so every device connected to a switch would receive a copy of that broadcast frame. Now, most modern switches, through configuration, enable you to change those defaults. You can create multiple broadcast domains inside of a single switch by creating something called a virtual LAN, or VLAN. A VLAN requires a unique name, a unique ID value, and once it's created, you will associate your interfaces with the different VLANs that you've created. In the example on the slide, we have 3 VLANs, VLAN 10, 20, and 30, and I've assigned the ports to the different VLANs. What's changed now is when host A, for example, generates a frame that contains a destination broadcast MAC address, when the switch receives that broadcast frame, it will only flood it out other ports that are within the same VLAN as host A. So only host B would see that broadcast packet. The host in VLAN 20 and VLAN 30 would not. Another benefit of VLANs is it restricts communications between hosts in the different VLANs. For example, if a host in VLAN 10 wanted to communicate with the host in VLAN 20, the switch would need to forward that traffic to a router. What you'll discover in many networks is that router is also a security device that contains filters that control the traffic that's allowed to flow between the VLANs. So another benefit of VLANs, besides containing broadcast traffic, is security and control. Administrators may want to control what type of network traffic can flow between devices in VLAN 10 and VLAN 20 and 30, and creating separate VLANs enables them to do that. You will see a lot of VLANs in your networking career. Every switch that you manage will have them configured, and you will configure them. The reasons are, of course, we want to reduce the amount of broadcast traffic that's flooded across the network, and we also want security. As we mentioned previously, devices that are in different VLANs cannot communicate with each other. The traffic must be forwarded to an external device like a router, and that gives you the ability to filter the traffic that's allowed to flow between the different departments in your organization. You are already an expert on how switches learn. Remember, they analyze those source MAC addresses and the frames that just happen to be passing by and write those source MAC addresses down in their Ethernet switching table. But there's one constant in networking, and that's change, especially in a corporate network. Devices connect and disconnect all day long. How does the switch handle that? A moment ago, there was a device with this source MAC address connected to this port, but that device is no longer connected. A new device is, with a different MAC address, of course, and the previous device is connected somewhere else. What does a switch do to update itself with this information? There are 2 methods available for a switch to remove entries from its Ethernet switching table. The first and most common method is simply wait. Each entry in an Ethernet switching table is associated with a countdown timer, and once that timer reaches 0, the switch automatically removes that entry. If you are impatient and need to remove an entry from the switching table immediately, switches have commands that you can enter that will manually remove entries. Let's learn more about how these processes work. As I mentioned previously, each entry in an Ethernet switching table is associated with a timer. The term for this timer is called a MAC aging timer. The default in most vendors is a 300-second timer. I sat down and did the math one day, and if you carry the 7, that's pretty close to about 5 minutes. When the switch first sees a frame with the new MAC address, it writes that entry, of course, in the Ethernet switching table, and it associates a 300-second countdown timer with that entry. As long as additional frames arrive with that source MAC address in them, that countdown is updated and it should never expire. But if there is a 5-minute lapse where no frames with that source MAC address arrive at the switch will automatically purge that entry when the timer reaches 0.
5 minutes.
There is another way to get a switch to update its Ethernet switching table, but you generally don't want to do this. A device simply disconnecting itself from the network and another device connecting to the network using that same connection will eventually update the Ethernet switching table. But if you walk up to the switch and pull the cable out of a particular port, the switch will immediately purge any MAC address entries that are associated with that port from its Ethernet switching table. There is typically additional information about each entry stored in the Ethernet switching table. For example, on a Junos OS device, each entry includes the VLAN that's associated with the interface that the MAC address was warned of. This is one method you can use to discover which VLANs are configured on the switch and which interfaces are associated with those VLANs. I guess word got around that you understand a little bit about MAC addresses and how they're stored in an Ethernet switching table. When you have a networking administrator job, you'll be having a great day, and then all of a sudden an email pops up in your inbox, and there's a task or two for you to complete. Like this one. Can you please check the MAC table or Ethernet switching table, maybe figure out how many hosts are in each VLAN? And you know what? I also want you to be able to clear a MAC address that's associated with the guest VLAN from the Ethernet switching table. Let's see how this works. On a Junos OS device, when you want to retrieve information, you enter a show command. And in this case, we want to see the Ethernet switching table, so we'll enter the show Ethernet switching table command. Look at the output that you get from this command. Can you focus on the VLAN column for me?
So this looks like this is specific to a Junos switch. Thanks for the lark, Nick.
VLANs do you see? I see 3 of them. You can see the MAC addresses that were learned in each VLAN. And if you look at the logical interface column of the output, you can see the interface that those MAC addresses were learned on. These are all gigabit Ethernet interfaces. And if I go to the left and look at the MAC flags column, I see a capital D. What that means is these MAC addresses were learned dynamically. This means the switch is doing its job. I think task 1 is pretty much complete, right? We learned the number of hosts that were associated with the VLANs that are configured on this switch. Now task 2 was something about clearing some entries from the Ethernet switching table that were associated with the guest VLAN.
When they receive the packet, they learn the source and map it as a destination in the table.
interfaces in this output that are associated with the guest VLAN. Now let's go look at task 2. Task 2. You must manually clear MAC addresses associated with the guest VLAN from the Ethernet switching table. Now most vendors have a command to do this. On a Junos device, we will use a clear command. I can remember that. That's my favorite color. How about we do this? Let's enter a clear switching table, and let's specify the interfaces that are associated with the guest VLAN. I think it was Gigi 004 and Gigi 005. So we enter those two commands, and to verify, we'll run the show Ethernet switching table command again. Hey, you know what? I don't see any guest VLAN information in the output. Great job! You've completed both your tasks. You should celebrate.
Hi, Nori.
Look at the interfaces in this output that are associated with the guest VLAN.
Don't
Now
tell
let's go look at
Jess.
Task 2.
I didn't cheat.
On a Junos OS device that are associated with the guest.
I didn't cheat. Kiri, no, you don't have to tell. You don't have to not tell Jess anything. I didn't do anything wrong. Nothing. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything wrong. I was here minding my business, studying. We're due for a spellcast. I'm due for a spellcast ass whooping from Jess.
VLAN. Look at the interfaces in this output that are associated with the guest VLAN. Now let's go look at task. One of the coolest things about modern networks is they work. You simply connect your devices, everybody can send and receive data, there's no collisions, everything works. This wasn't always the case. Before there were devices like switches to connect devices together on a network, devices were connected together using something called a shared bus, which literally means all of the devices could connect using a single wire. Let me show you how they connected. The shared bus network architecture enabled devices to connect to that shared wire using something called a T connector. You could splice the cable, put it into the T, and then have one end that pointed toward the device that it could connect to using a coaxial cable. So here we have 4 devices using T connectors to connect to the same piece of wire, to that shared bus.
I didn't play VR chat. I wasn't in VR chat.
Connected together using the same coaxial cables that you still use today to connect an antenna to a television. They have a copper core.
Antenna.
To transmit an electrical pulse and can send data over long distance. There's a problem that's introduced when you have multiple devices connected to the same wire.
Okay, I know this. I'm going to skip this.
Let me explain to you how collisions affect network performance. When devices realize that, we both transmitted data at the same time, we created a collision on the network, the devices will send out a special signal on the wire called a jam signal that lets other devices know that, hey, stop transmitting for a minute. We have a collision here. Each of the devices on that shared bus on that same wire will start a random timer, and once that timer reaches 0, they will attempt to retransmit data again, hoping that nobody counts as fast as they do. But do you see how that process made every device on the network?
Jesus. Come on, man.
And I deployed software to multiple machines. The network was architected in a shared bus, and what would normally take less than to deploy to a couple of devices, once you started deploying it to dozens of devices and collisions started happening, a deployment that would normally take 45 minutes would take overnight. This process will really greatly affect network performance. If devices just randomly transmit data on the network whenever they're ready, collisions are going to occur. So one of the ways devices initially avoid collisions was analyzing the wire before they transmitted data to see if there was already a signal present.
Remember this.
They would wait until the signal
Code carrier sense. CS. Collision sensing.
just discussed. Now hold on, it's a long name. Are you ready?
Carrier sense multiple axis with collision detection.
Well, if you analyze the name, carrier sense, well, the carrier is the wire. It should be able to sense what's going on in that wire. It's important because we have multiple devices accessing the wire, and I need to be able to detect if there's a collision, right? Because that means my data is corrupt. So before a device blindly transmits its data onto the wire, it will analyze the wire and try to detect, is there already an electrical pulse on this wire? If there is, that means another device is transmitting data, and I need to wait. If there is no electrical pulse on the wire, then I can transmit. If I just happen to see that the wire is clear at the same time another device on this shared bus determines that the wire is clear to transmit, and we both transmit at the same time, we've already seen that, we have a collision, and the devices are able to detect that. So we go through the process we previously mentioned to let's start a random timer, and hopefully this will unsynchronize us, and we can We no longer architect our networks using coaxial cables, T connectors, or the shared bus architecture. What we do use are switches. And what you're going to see in a minute is how switches have completely eliminated the possibility of a collision on a network. They use more than a single pair of copper wires in the Ethernet cable to transmit and receive data. Let's talk a little bit more about how this works. When you were little, did you ever have walkie-talkies? Do you remember those little toys that would enable you and a buddy, for example, to communicate? Remember, you'd have 2 of them, and there'd be a red button on the side, and if you wanted to talk, press that red button. And you could talk, and when you were done talking, your buddy could press the red button and reply back. And if you ever both pushed the red button at the same time, it would squeal, woo, and you'd say, they're pushing the red button at the same time as me. Let me back off for a minute. But no 2 people could talk at the same time. I could talk, you could talk. You could talk again, then I could talk, but nobody could talk at the same time, or you would squeal. That sounds a lot like what we've already talked about with networks. You see, previously, before switches were invented, devices could only speak in what is called half duplex, which means they would only use one of the 4 pairs of wires in an Ethernet cable to both send and receive data. So the devices could only send data, then receive data, then receive some data and send some data, however they wanted to do it in whatever order, but they could not, using half-duplex communications, send and receive data at the same time. This made networks slower. Let's discuss a better way for devices to communicate on the network. One of the neat things about switches is that they enabled an additional pair of wires inside of the Ethernet cable to be used. This enabled devices to use one pair of wires to transmit data, while at the same time using an additional pair of wires to receive data. This essentially doubled the speed of a network connection simply by including a switch. And it's called a switch because the data that I transmit on the pair of wires that I transmit data on, when that data arrives at the switch, it will switch that data over to the pair of wires that the destination device receives data on. The term for this type of communications is full duplex. The last time I actually saw an interface configured in half duplex was probably in the 1990s.
Okay, this is super important. The color order is white, orange, orange, white, green, blue, white, blue, green, white, brown, brown. What is that? What is that? Is that for wiring? Is that for putting RJ45 connectors?
But what you will stumble across in your networking career are legacy applications. Almost every company has a very old application that was written decades ago to do a particular function, and it does it really well. And to replace that application is very expensive. And so you will see older systems that did not support full duplex communications, and with band-aids and patches, we're able to keep that thing running until we can get a better solution. So you may see half duplex configurations on devices, but it's going to be very, very rare. This is just simply a better, more efficient, faster way for devices to communicate, and that's what networks are for. As I just mentioned, it's going to be pretty rare that you discover a device that has an interface configured to communicate in half duplex mode. But again, for legacy purposes, for backwards compatibility, you're able to configure an interface to communicate in either half duplex or full duplex. So you may see it, but by default these days, and it's been this way for years, almost any interface that you stumble across, you look at the properties of it, you're going to see it configured to communicate in full duplex mode.
Repeaters, hubs, and bridges.
I have a scenario for you. Let's imagine some data has arrived on router 1 and it needs to be transmitted to router 2. We already know that router 1 is going to either use a pulse of electricity or a pulse of light to transmit that data. I need you to understand, however, that there's a limit to how far that pulse of electricity or pulse of light can travel on a wire. And when hosts are too far apart, the signal that router 1 generates may not be powerful enough to reach router 2. So what do you do in scenarios where hosts are too far apart to reliably transmit data? Let's take a look. What network administrators do when devices are too far apart to reliably transmit signals is they insert a device in the middle. The name for that device is a repeater. A repeater normally has two interfaces. The signal it receives in one interface, it will regenerate and retransmit out the other. This enables devices that span longer distances to be able to communicate. We simply have something in the middle that will regenerate that signal before it gets too weak to transmit it further along the forwarding path. You probably won't see repeaters in your networking career. As networking technology has evolved, we're able now to transmit data over distances that usually meet most of our needs. But let me show you an example of when you would see a repeater on a network. Early in my networking career, I worked for a company that laid undersea cables. We had a boat, and there were spools of cable on there, and the boat would take off from shore and start unspooling cable along the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, a signal cannot be generated from one side of the Atlantic Ocean and be expected to reach the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. It's too long of a cable. So at certain points along that cable length, repeaters are inserted. And there's enough repeaters inserted to enable a signal on one side of the ocean to be continuously repeated until it reaches a device on the other side of the ocean. Switches also regenerate the signals that they receive and transmit them further along the forwarding path. But additional benefits include they cost less than repeaters.
That's my face. To keep my to stop from falling asleep. Don't blink. Okay, repeaters.
And they have a lot of ports, so I can connect a lot of devices and regenerate signals for everybody. So unless you're transmitting data over really long distances, you're going to see a lot more switches in your networking career than you will see repeaters. I want to talk to you now about some devices that you will probably never see in your networking career, but you will hear about. And so I'll need you to know a little bit about how they work. One of the initial ways to connect multiple devices to an Ethernet network was using a simple device called a hub.
Hubs.
Another term for a hub was a multi-port
Dumb switch.
Because all a hub would do is simply retransmit any signal that it received on a port.
All out.
Every other port on the device. Now this worked well until networks grew larger. Each device on the network is able to transmit anytime they want. And if two devices just happen to transmit data at the same time, a collision will occur. We have two electrical pulses on the wire at the same time.
We don't like that. Collisions suck.
And cancel each other out. And as networks grew in size, the number of devices that could communicate at the same time would increase in size, the number of collisions would increase, and greatly affect network performance. Another limitation of hubs is they had no intelligence whatsoever. They simply repeated any signal that came in a port out every other port in the device. They did not look at the Ethernet header, try to learn any MAC addresses, build a forwarding table, and intelligently anything. They simply were multi-port repeaters, and they've been replaced over the years with switches. The answer to the question at the top of this slide is no. You will probably never see a hub in your networking career. I don't even know if you could still fish a hub out of a river or buy one at a secondhand store. Switches have completely replaced hubs in the networking world because they intelligently forward traffic by analyzing a layer 2 header, building an Ethernet switching table, and intelligently forwarding frames on the network. No more hubs. In the early days of Ethernet networks, when they were built using hubs, collisions became a big problem as networks grew in size. An early way to reduce
lies. Juniper lies. Get him, Tawny.
The effect of collisions on the network and increase network performance was to introduce a device called a bridge. The bridge had a little bit of intelligence. It could be inserted in a network between a pair of hubs, and it could learn the MAC addresses of the devices that were communicating on either side of the bridge.
So it's like a switch.
When the frame arrived at the bridge, it could consult the destination MAC address in the frame and determine if that destination was reachable out the same interface that that frame arrived on. If the answer to that question is yes, the frame would be dropped and not forwarded to the other portion of the network. This helped reduce network traffic, reduce network collisions, and increase network performance. Bridges were one of the first networking devices that had the capabilities to learn information and use it to filter and forward frames.
Here's a new device. Now don't use it.
Duplex communications. So that means connected devices could only send or receive data at the same time. They could not do that simultaneously. Bridges eventually evolved into multi-port devices that today we call switches. Remember, switches are also capable of learning and intelligently filtering and forwarding traffic, and they also support full duplex communications. This enables devices to send and receive data simultaneously, which greatly increases network performance. As I mentioned on the previous screen, bridges eventually evolved into what we today call switches. As a matter of fact, sometimes you will hear people refer to switches as bridges, switching tables as bridging tables, Ethernet interfaces as bridging interfaces. So it's good that you understand these terms and know their similarities and differences. As I mentioned previously, you will hear the terms switching and bridging used interchangeably. You are an expert now, however, on the difference between the original.
Thank you. I didn't want to be the one to say it.
Switches operate today, so don't worry, you're not going to be confused. Please remember a few of the reasons why switches have replaced bridges on modern Ethernet networks. One of the reasons is bridges only had 2 ports. Bridges were half duplex. Switches are multi-port. Switches are full duplex. It's probably hard to find or buy a bridge anymore. So switches...
Challenge accepted.
Hey, welcome back. Is it okay if we recycle the old Ethernet song? I'm not that creative. You now understand a lot more about Ethernet networking, how modern Ethernet devices enable multiple devices to connect to the network and communicate simultaneously. You've learned a lot so far. Let's keep going and learn some more.
Okay. I'm not singing it. You sing it if you like it so much. Ethernet. Nailed it. Nailed it. There's not a tell, Jess.
Curie Bloodrose says,
"We like your voice better." X 16-bit 32 Angie.
Kiri with the Angie face, honestly. So Angie. I feel like some games. All right, did it change?
Tanifar3 says,
Oh, good idea. Let's clip the Ethernet song.
Please don't.
I'm on mobile, so you're safe from me.
This time. Uh-oh.
Fury Bloodrose says.
Apparently,
Shiki on YouTube says.
I was having a little too much fun
Closer.
the last time I was. Shiki, how you doing today? Where am I at?
Fury Bloodrose says.
Hitman Theo.
What's that? No, I just wanted the suit.
Shiki on YouTube says.
Good sir. How about you?
Spectacular, Shiki. What are you up to today? What's going on? Ugh.
Fury Bloodrose says.
Agent 477H30.
Go, dude. I could probably wait for a minute. Let's go to the... Oh no, I can't even do the motorcycle club stuff because there's too many CEOs. All right, let's just drive around.
Tanifar3 says.
You are going to approach a door and they will ask you for a password. You will respond, Ethernet Ethernet for entry.
Shiki on YouTube says.
I just finished TryHackMe Labs. It's really hard learning pen testing with zero knowledge on IT.
Yeah. Correct. Stick with it though, Shiki. Correct. It can be hard. It can be difficult. What's that guy's name? Gerald. Gerald has missions. What I hate about this, I don't ever have my car. I gotta go run to get my car every time, which is stupid. Maybe I'm not supposed to stay here. Maybe we should stay in the apartment. That probably makes more sense. Let's do that. Drop the car off at the apartment.
Tanifar3 says.
Yay, pen testing is a unique and deep skill. Lots to learn.
See that truck cut me off? What a dick. Coming in hot. Wait, how much money I have on me? Why doesn't it say? The problem is, all the players have been playing this for a while, and they're like really like, oh, those are nightclub goods. Yeah, someone effed with me before doing nightclub runs, so. Hag. I slid right into that guy. Man. Oh. Look out. Bro. Oh, I pissed him off. I wasn't trying to hit him. Where am I? Oh, so yeah, he's coming for me.
Next time, take the Waymo. He's shooting at you while yelling, chill out.
I was just minding my business. Is he messing with me? They should really bolt those down better.
Also, you should change your category.
I thought I did. I'm gonna get killed. Done. Thank you. Dude, didn't you hear me coming? Oh, almost made it. Just go get some more cars. And we'll try to log in. Oh, that's a good one.
Shit!
Oh, shit!
Look. Oh, he went into his house. Okay.
Shiki on YouTube says,
Are playing GTA 5 with Linux or Windows?
Windows. Windows. Windows is the daily driver. I forget how many spots I have. 10 spots? Oh, we'll see. I can't wait for 6. 6 looks fun. Oh. What do we got here? Anything good? Not really. There's another muscle car. We gotta stop him. You stop! Don't stop!
Help me!
Every time!
Christ.
So we can find a good one, another good one. Or you know where there's good ones? There's a golf course up here. Where's the entrance? Oh, I just missed him. Not missed him, just actually hit him. Oh. Is that a news van? 2 vans? And a Crown, what was that, a Crown Vic? No one at the gate? Anyone can get in. That's a terrible idea.
Kitty says, you drive like an old person.
Nori. I actually drive very good. Not even using a backup cam. Look at that. Okay, so what's that one? Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. See, I break the passenger side window, so it's not so conspicuous.
Tanifar3 says,
good for an old person.
And I am old. Yeah, buddy, look at this thing sticks to the ground, man.
This is why we need Wayno to get Theo off the road.
Oh shit. Wrong button. Wrong button. It's okay. Take it back to the house. Uh-oh. We got someone circling.
Wow.
Wow, what? I'm an excellent driver. Watch this. Purchase this vehicle. Purchase it? What the what? The name of the game is Grand Theft Auto. What am I purchasing?
Tanifar3 says,
I'm home.
Purchase it? So where do I take it? Oh. You know what this means. I'm gonna have to launch it somewhere. Where's the nearest ramp? I feel like I can drive up this street for a while. Oh.
Purchasing the right to thieve.
Shiki on YouTube says,
I think you need a driver's license.
I'm an excellent driver. Huh? Dude, you see me split them? Oh, I'm an amazing driver. I'm the best driver I know. Let's just let this one out.
Waymo drift.
Oh, got it back.
You were trying to hit them and you missed both of them.
Uh-oh. I thought there was I thought there was a road there. I didn't see over it. Uh-oh. Popo. Another one. Come on.
Cheeky on YouTube says,
Got it.
We're not in Mission Impossible, sir.
Everything is Mission Impossible, Shiki. Oh, look at these hills. This looks fun. I was already airborne. I mean, how can I stop that? I hope they're okay.
Not Richie says, who's good with hardware? I'm sure this thing is probably fine, but someone is asking if they can buy this first thing, Webby. Cheeky on YouTube says,
Smiley face emoji.
I just with hardware, so this thing is fine. Probably ask.
Smiley face emoji.
I don't know. Let me check it out. We have a problem. I gotta go to the bathroom. I just realized how bad I gotta go to the bathroom. All that water. Where's my house? Where's my house? Oh no. I don't know. Let me check it out next. You're telling me I'm a bad driver. Uh-oh. Too many curves. That bench was indestructible. Uh-oh. There's cargo. Out there? I don't see it. Uh-oh, I think someone's shooting at me. %, in control. 100% in control. Now I can't bring the damn car in because I have to buy it. Stupid. Wait a minute, what?
What is the claw?
The Claw is the streaming community that I'm a part of. How do we get into this place? There it is. Just real quick while I go to the bathroom. All right, be right back. You know, there's a little mouse wiggle here. Hold on, wait, is this for you, GoPro? Oh, but someone is asking if they can buy this for streaming. Got it. Oh, I don't use Ryzen. Who uses Ryzen? Or AMDs, I mean. I mean, I think it comes down to processor. Do Ryzen's have cores? Like...
It's all AMD.
Yeah, I'm not qualified for this. I don't know how AMD's... Like, all I know are cores and... to 6-core 12 thread. So $36? Is that how that works?
Grey Hatter says,
GoPro Slow Yo streaming doesn't describe what you want to do well enough to answer that question.
It's not what they want to do. Someone was asking GoPro.
Kitty says, AMD is the best Nike one wiggle.
Yep.
Not Richie says,
Streaming. Like literally OBS Twitch.
I think this is plenty.
Grey Hatter says,
Yes, it can stream. I got that much.
Shiki on YouTube says,
I think better to buy PC parts yourself.
Grey Hatter says,
But do you want to use the computer to transcode huge video files at the same time? Do you want to sit idle?
Intel equivalent to AMD is a Intel Core i5.
Not Richie says,
It's for streaming.
Shiki on YouTube says,
Don't buy a ready-made PC.
Not Richie
They're not,
says,
Shiki. They're not.
Great.
They're asking if this on PC part picker is good enough. So that's,
Grey
I mean,
Hatter
and that's an
says,
i5. I think I have
Do you
an,
want to fold proteins?
I think an i5 on my last chip was Intel i5, which I used for streaming. I mean, if they just are going to use it for streaming, I think that's plenty. What else do they have?
Not Richie says,
I think it's good enough too.
Grey Hatter says,
Lol, I'm not convinced.
Not Richie says,
Do this a DJ and doesn't know HW, he haven't built anything in 8 to 10 years.
Oh, that's cool. You're helping them out. Dude, you have so many connections now. Thanks to the DJ community. $16 GB. Yeah, I think that's plenty.
Grey
GPU,
Hatter says,
what's the
I
equivalent?
think that'll struggle to play Cyberpunk 2077 and stream in 1080.
Yeah, but if they just, GoPro, they just need it for stream. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. They just need it for streaming. DJs, their content is them, not them using another computer. So what's the equivalent to this? Right on what is GeForce? NVIDIA.
So, the answer to my original question was Streambox. It won't have to run any other software at the same time. Then it's overbuilt.
And the equivalent to the Radeon 6600 is the GeForce 360. I'm running on a 1070. Yeah, I think that's good.
16 RAM though.
Not that you asked me or that I'm an expert, but compared to what I've had, if all they're doing is streaming on it, I think this is plenty. In my expert opinion. Now, if you don't mind.
I wasn't idle. I just shook it.
Oh. So I got counterfeit money business. We have a
Shiki on YouTube
what
says,
else do we have?
I think for streaming only. It's good though.
Kitty says, yes, all dependent what you want to do. That PC could never handle half of what I do for streaming.
No, it wouldn't handle what you do, Nori. I mean, really, when you think about it, can anyone handle what you do, Nori?
Shiki on YouTube says,
where did you got that Hack the Box shirt?
From Hack the Box. They gave it to me because I'm awesome. I lied. I had to buy it. I bought it.
Kitty says, probably not Noiki one bleb. Shiki on YouTube says,
damn.
There it is. Oh, that's a player.
Kitty says, did you look at videos on my Discord general of people shocking me? How one so funny?
No, I'll have to check it out. What is that little white piece of... Wait. Wait, this is the wrong computer. I gotta go. I have to go to one of the businesses, don't I? Okay.
Kitty says, look like I'm being sacrificed by every other cow, although in reality I was. It hurts so much.
I can't believe you got a shock thingy device. And are they shocking you with bits?
Do I have a minute to talk about my telephone, internet, and social media needs? Of course. I was being received, you corporate fuckwit. You're calling me on my fucking cell phone.
Oh wait, I have cash up there I want to do. Oh. Quit honking at me. Uh-oh. See? Yikes. That was close. It's beautiful out here. Why are there so many cars out? Ooh, I want to drive a bus. I mean, not right now. Another one? Didn't see that turn. The turn snuck up on me.
Superboom says,
"Hey, on the road again?"
Hi, Super Gurmal. How are you doing today? Oh, there's a player up there.
Just finished my workout.
All right. What are we talking? Body weight, cardio, strength training. What's for sale?
Kitty says, "Yes,
it's a
this shocked the
garage.
bitch that I messed up the programming part. Is only supposed to shock me once, but it triggers 3 times. Lol, guess that makes it more fun now."
You want to fix that?
Says,
You're going to want to fix that.
1.5 hours.
Whoa, we got a lot of product. Yeah, they were just sitting around before. I'm like, what are they doing? I feel like we should sell to Fox Hen Enterprises for 92 grand. How's that sound? Larger sales may require multiple vehicles. Ooh, I don't have multiple numbers. Cancel. Let's just do the 60,000, I guess. Well, I don't. Okay, so what are we doing?
We selling? Huh? Okay. The buyer wants it airdropped. The product's loaded and waiting at the helipad.
Helipad? I gotta sit down now. Whoops. So Spectre saw me playing GTA and asked me if I was in an RP server, and I'm not gonna lie, I had to Google that. There's people that role play in GTA. I had no idea. Oh, she just clipped that thing. Come on. Uh-oh. I had no idea. No idea that they role played. Keep hitting the poles that don't move. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna have to be fast because there's 2 helicopters waiting for me with product. Press right. Was that him? Oh, look at it, it's all the way up there on top of that hill. Okay.
Fury Bloodrose says,
is there a hacker RP using GTA 5?
Is there what? Oh. I don't know. Probably not. Or no, I meant probably, yeah. Where am I going? I have to pick.
I would totally start a server for fellow hackers, including my local hacker group.
I had no idea that there was role-playing servers. But like, what would you do? You know what I mean? Is there hacking? There's not hacking within it. So you just would do normal, I'm sorry, normal, yes, normal role play.
Not real hacking. Maybe Watch Dogs RP on GTA.
Oh, I gotta get closer?
Did you hear about the whole DEF CON groups debacle lately?
No, I haven't. What's going on? DEF CON groups debacle. Crap, I gotta make sure not to go over military. Is that the military base? It is. It's the military base. What happened?
DCG decided to make new rules for groups, including points of contact having to send their ID to DCG admins, other stuff that the groups aren't happy about.
Points of contact having to send their ID and stuff. Yeah. I mean, it's the way of all things. I mean, they've probably been operating without supplying a lot of personal information, but like they open themselves up to liability, right?
Bunch of DEF CON groups jumped ship and stopped being DEF CON groups, but independent groups.
There's one more this way. I don't know. I think I could do this. 2 choppers. What's it been? 5 minutes? I think I can get the other one done. If someone hasn't already stolen... No, the blue one's it's on the radar. We'll see. Oh, look, it's right there. Cool. I don't want to say anything, but I'm honestly surprised I haven't been effed with yet again. Ooh! Those legs squirt out like that. Where's the other one? Over here. actually. Do the one right behind me. That's terrible location. Go this way. Seems like a lot of work for $60,000. Is that an American thing to do? Complaining about working in a game? Oh, I bet I can go in that tunnel. It's like...
Kitty says, 60K for a few hours work.
Not even a few hours, just like 20 minutes. Ugh. Can't you just give me the money? Ugh.
Yes, but realistically this would take a few hours lol.
Okay, if we're talking realistically. Wow. I don't even want to say it, but like there it is, the last one, and no one, not one single other player shot me down.
Shocked you play online mode and not offline.
Why? I was playing story mode, but it was getting boring. Hustler. What's up? Hustler.
Cryptocurrency received, so I guess we have a sale. Transferring now. Long John over.
Wait, is that the airfield? Yeah. Can I keep this? I feel like I want to keep the helicopter. Where can I put it? Can I put it on my building? Maybe I should try to take it to my apartment building. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to come and take it. Wow. It's all the way down here. Doesn't tell you how far you are away. Ooh, what's that down there? It's an amphitheater. Look, I'm already in the city. I think it's the tall one. Is that it? No, it's... Oh, man. Guess what? That's the apartment. I'm putting it on top of my office. Nailed it. First time. All right, how do I get down?
Parachute.
I ain't got one. Parachute? I feel like there should have been one in the helicopter. Oh, crap. Look. It's a parachute. I don't know how to use it. What? What the crap? Do I have one already? Does GTA have an AI that I can ask?
Maybe.
Well, I'm not going to jump off the building on a maybe. How can I check?
Supergirl says.
Rip in 3, 2, 1.
Kitty says. Check your equipment.
How? Oh, I do have one already. Look. Yeah, but it doesn't tell you how to use it.
Better Google how to use it, lol.
Jump from the building and press the appropriate button. No shit. F on PC. Huh? Nori, what is that? Get the hell out of here.
Hey chat, Orange disavows Easter was banned. Thought you should know.
Alright, so like I just run and jump? Oh, I got a grenade launcher. I forgot I had that. This will be fun. I don't see the cop. Where's the cop at? Come on. It didn't bounce. It just stuck there.
Kitty says. Dot.
That literally, that would not happen. The physics on that were terrible. Horrible.
Holy shit! Oh, fuck this! Fucking beat!
Uh-oh. He saw me, took it. Oh, this car sucks. Get out of here. Really?
You're entirely useless to the world.
Oops. I was trying to get in another car and then he drove away. Officers.
Holy! You fucking shit!
Jeez, oh man, you shooting already? Maybe I have to get to the hospital. Whoa, that guy was mad. I want that car. Nope. I should have stopped. I should have stopped. Oh, where'd it go? Damn it.
You're a boring shit!
Three stars. Oh, a tire already? Oh. Oh, he's got me. Thank you. I appreciate the name calling. I need a new car.
Yes, you really do.
I need a fast one though. I can't just stop for any car, you know? Oh, oh. You guys are persistent. Run, bro. All right, I should probably go back to just illicit activities instead of running from the police. Just casually walk into traffic. Hold on, everyone. Hold on, relax. Just a quick inspection. Don't mind me. I'm just looking for a fast car. Oh, he didn't stop. He's like, screw you. I'll run you over. Hi. How's it going? There we go. That's a fast one.
What's going on?
Hey, buddy. Thank you.
That is messed up.
Excuse me.
Dude, seriously?
I love how strong you are. Just pick people up out of car like it's nothing, lol.
I've been working out. I've been doing push-ups. Am I allowed this one? Again, with the buying cars. Again. Okay, let's go to the club and see. Oh, look. There's no one around it. Our club is down that way anyway, so. I'm hauling so much ass right now. Oh, clipped them. Sorry. Meriwether HQ. What? Crap. The GPS is terrible. What is it, the TomTom? The gate was broken. I think someone's already here. Oh, I got lit.
They got sensors.
Oh, man. What happened? I didn't realize how long it was sitting there. Whatever. Ooh, one of these vehicles would be nice. Don't mind if I do. All right, back over to the nightclub. This thing hauls for an armored vehicle. Of course I can't.
Break out into easy
Fair. Two went straight. Ladies and gentlemen, small beanie hacker.
Did you not know I was right there?
No, mom just texted me, said that your friend is spending the night.
Yeah.
Is that what you came to tell me?
Yeah. And then I ended up just giving you a heart attack instead.
Yeah, just a little bit. What are you doing?
I'm
itching. What are you itching? Are you okay?
Whoa. I'm just itching. Just itching. Is that you?
That's me.
Those aren't your glasses. Those are too big to be your glasses. Why are you shot?
There's I may have gotten into. Listen, what had happened?
Gang.
What had happened was I run very reputable businesses. I have a nightclub.
Are you sure they're legal?
Yeah, I mean, define legal.
That usually means they're not legal.
He is stealing cars from people.
Don't read chat.
Wow, that is the most legal thing.
I'm borrowing them. I'm borrowing cars.
Okay, define borrowing.
That I'm gonna give it back to them soon.
How soon?
It depends on how long I need it.
Soon.
It depends on how long I need it.
So if you need it forever, you're just not going to give it to them.
Well, no, I eventually.
No, because you still.
I will eventually give it back to them.
Yeah, when? Whenever they're dead? Whenever you're dead?
Killed a lot of police officers.
Just emptying out my wall safe real quick.
Oh, wow. That's even more legal.
Yeah.
That just makes everything safe.
I mean, you have to have a safe for your cash. You can't just, like, willy-nilly.
Safe for your cash.
Look, so you have an employee.
How you doing?
Keep up the good work.
What's his name? Lucius?
Tony?
All the bad guys' names are Lucius.
Lucius? Or Lucius?
What's
Lucius.
It's Lucius. Lucius.
As in Lucius Malfoy?
Yeah. And because in this one TV show I watched, the bad guy name was also.
Whoa, I think I gotta sell cash. This is real cash. They allow me to print it and then I sell it back to the government.
Correct.
Yeah. This is definitely not counterfeit cash.
I bet. I wonder, is the symbol, is the person on it you?
Uh-huh.
That's me.
Instead of, what's his name?
Lucius.
Lucius.
Oh crap, I forgot. I have to actually deliver it now.
That could get me locked up for life under this roof. It's time to say goodbye.
There's
someone in the club.
Motion picture use only on it.
Space Robooti. So where's the delivery vehicle? Oh, I didn't get that drunk guy off the floor.
Okay.
Well, I gotta deliver the
Don't run into the pool.
cash now.
No, split it. Quit. Don't know what I just said. Oh, I think I have to go open the front door.
Where are you going?
The front door.
Oh, okay.
He's probably just gonna be standing.
Okay. We're probably not watching us now, right?
We should watch her.
No, I don't want. I don't know what her parents. Okay, go ahead. Can you believe she came down and talked to me? Check that. Oh, that's that guy's car.
Watching what?
The movie Us. Where am I going? Oh, come on! All the way out here? I'm gonna get killed.
I know, right? She interacted with a grown-up Noiki 1E. Who does that?
Maybe I'll just take these train tracks the whole way there. Yeah, sure.
Just don't be doing anything illegal.
I'm delivering. Nothing. I have deliveries I have to make, so I'm making them now. Of
sketchy whatsoever.
Sporting goods. I'm delivering sporting goods. Yeah.
In a white van.
Yeah.
In the sketchiest white van I've ever.
I don't think it's sketchy.
It's sketchy.
It's a reputable business vehicle.
Dad, you're on the lines.
On what line?
The lines you're not.
Am I on the borderline?
Awesome.
By Madonna. Bro. Oh, I went. That's the wrong turn.
You know how to drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This TomTom is terrible. Oh, you don't know that reference. The GPS is awful.
GPS. It's always the GPS that's the problem. Never you.
Nori, Small Beanie Hacker, shared with me. She's been listening to Stray Cats?
Kids.
Stray Kids.
Kitty says, Tom, why you're so old?
Yes, I know I'm old.
You literally listened to them yesterday, and then you come on stream and say,
The Stray Cats.
Listens to the Stray Cats. You don't know the Stray Cats?
Yeah, I know the Stray Cats.
And Korean Stray Cat Men?
Wait, over here? Oh.
Like I said, you know how to drive.
That one hurt. I saw a little bit of red. I wasn't anticipating to have to go off-roading.
Yeah, maybe we should do like a local job. Not deliver sporting goods.
Okay, next. Uh-oh, that's gonna be a problem. See that helicopter? That's gonna be a problem. So, did you take care of those dishes?
Yes.
Okay. What are you doing?
Me?
Huh?
Me?
You, yes.
Me? What are you doing, Dad?
I'm driving.
What are you doing?
Why are you taking pictures of my bald head?
I'm not taking. Who? Get out.
Get out.
Get out.
What do you mean, get out? You get out.
I mean, get out the car.
No, I can't get out the car. No, don't. I'm delivering.
You've already crashed like 3 times.
Wow, I really spun around that time. I'm delivering products. I can't stop right now. I have another 13 minutes to deliver the rest of them.
Yes, the very legal items.
Oh no. Why is the van not driving?
Because of me. I took your tires.
Bet she can drive better than you.
No way. Dude, I am awesome at driving in video games. I grew up playing GTA, Need for Speed. Yeah. Here's the next one.
I'm so good at Subway Surfers.
You're so good at what?
Subway Surfers.
Are you playing Subway Surfers?
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
With one hand.
I know, and you guys are used to play Subway Surfers.
Oh.
Temple Run.
So
Dominic used to play Temple Run. I hate driving with keyboard and mouse.
Okay, maybe I'm not so good at it. We're playing on mode, so I can't hit the floor.
Is your brother's girlfriend coming over?
I don't know.
I thought he said they were hanging out.
I don't listen to Dominic.
Wait, is that Trevor's house? Is that where we're dropping this off?
Oh, she's here. My Divalicious Patty's here.
The controller, for whatever reason, like, is not registering. Ooh. Sorry about your fence. There's nothing I can do about it. Goodbye. Whoa. I almost hit that too fast. It's under control. It snuck up on me. Again, I don't want to jinx myself, but I'm surprised no other players are effing with me.
Yes, I'm shocked about that also.
They were lighting me up yesterday. I couldn't do anything yesterday. Oh, oh!
Not what he says. Sing Phil.
I need time to find the last location. No, 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 don't shoot at me!
Here I come!
It didn't mark it! It didn't mark it. I find that NPCs don't handle driving on the wrong side of the road well. See? Over there. Oopsicle. Okay, okay, okay. Come on. Bro. Dude. Come on. Wait, did they quit? Don't get out! Are they stalling me? Look at this guy.
Okay, so here's where we are. The time was.
Welcome to my store.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Oh shit, not good.
Yeah. It's okay.
Okay, okay, I'm trying.
No, don't. I don't want your cash, dude. Oh, really? Really? Really?
See? The cops are here. Go away. There goes the family vacation.
I can't get out the back door.
Whoa, be careful! Give it up! I need cover! Asshole! Nowhere to go! Come on!
Whoa. I forgot I had all that cash on me. The gas station is closed. It was recently robbed. Playing cards. I need a... Wait, is there an ATM in there? Yeah. Oh, it's closed. Is it closed or is the thing still in the way? All right, Nori. What's one thing I should do? Oh, too late. It's gone. What is that? I don't need to arm wrestle.
Kitty says, on this game.
Yeah. On this game, yes.
You can suck me!
Get a tank Noiki one bleb.
Get a tank! How about we try to rob that armored truck that just is driving away?
Static Drop says,
Hey Theo, they made a game with you as the character.
Oh, come on. gotta be quick. Wait, is it in the back or did I just steal the whole thing? Steal the whole thing.
Hi, kid. Norigi18.
Hi, Static. Pay no attention to the armored car on the... Oh, they don't come in the dirt? Oh, we're about to get out of here. We're about to get away with this. Uh-oh. Nice. There's nothing in it, though. Oh, look, it's a plane. I mean, those guys look nice. Maybe we should go say hi. Maybe they won't see me sneaking up on them. Why do I think I got a shirt on? They don't even see me.
Kitty says, yes, go say hi.
Look, I'm so... This is from all the Metal Gear that I play. They don't even see me. Huh? Oh, what is that? Oh, that looks fun. I mean, I could take three of those. I could take all three of those guys out and leave the last two. I'm just gonna run them over. What is that stuff? Oh, it's nothing. Fly the plane, dude. Come on, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, go. It's not a real plane. Oh.
Give me some cover. Let's go.
No, get in there. Don't mind me. It's good for the soil. Hello? Hi. Well, it's a helicopter. That helicopter is going to be a problem. Don't tell me what to do. I'm grown. I can't drive through that sign. That's a problem. Uh-oh. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get out of this. I don't think I'm going to get out of this one alive. I mean, who knew I wasn't going to be able to fly the plane? Come on. And who knew the armored car wasn't going to have any cash in it? I mean, I'm just all sorts of upset. Oh, I was going to make it. Oh. Take care of that pesky helicopter. There's no one still driving that thing, is it? That's unnecessary. Oh, what? I found a rock? Hot air. Okay, after I lose these stars, I'm going straight. NP Dev, thanks for the follow. How you doing? Oh, that's a nice looking Jeep. Is that a Jeep? Look at that thing. That's armored. Where'd that come from? Wait, I lost them. Uh-oh. What is that? Oh, that's a bunker. All right. Excuse me. I have to borrow your vehicle. If Small Beanie Hacker asks you, tell her that I'm gonna give it back. I just don't know when.
Kitty says, need to try get GTA cheap so I can play with you sometime.
Ooh, that's a nice car. I want that one. You can have your car back.
Oh, Jesus.
Bro, get in the car. Look at the sky. It's so pretty. Look how pretty the sky is. Get him some supplies. Yep, we need supplies. That's fine. Ooh, upgrades. 273. I think I can. I don't know if I want to do this. It's so far out here. Let's just buy them supplies. Supplies. Okay. I need an ATM. Too much cash. Hi.
Welcome.
Try not to call the cops on me this time.
I know the drill, okay? Calm down.
What the crap?
That's every last cent, I swear.
Are you kidding me? Why was he going on? No one's robbing you, man. I don't even have my gun out. Okay, check on the club. Whoa, that was close. He turned into me. Uh-oh. Oh. Well, that's gonna bring down the resale value. Spectacular. Oh my gosh, that bus. Oh, hi friend. You guys look busy. Keep chasing that guy. Whoops. Well, he didn't like that, did he? I mean, come on. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get into my club like this. Who knew?
It's over!
Wait till it cools down out there. Oh, popularity's dropping. Oh, look, I got cargo and shipments now. Cache creation, cargo. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. Did some studying, did some gaming. And check on the family. We're going to raid DM Nick. Thanks for the hydrate, Whoopinion. How you doing, Whoop?
Wapinion says.
Okay.
Good to hear. Oh, Jesus.
Kitty says.
Good for him.
Yes, was fun to watch you play really badly Noiki one bleb.
I was having fun. All right. Thanks for hanging out. I know it wasn't a normal thing, normal stream, but thank you.
Kitty says. Have a good rest of day Noiki one hug.
You too, Nori. Thank you. Super Gurmal, good to see ya. Madam Fabulous, Grey Hatter, Magic User, Pennant Gamer, Pure, Static, Whoopinion, and Tagora. Have a good day. Have a good night.
Hey chat, Senior Facilitic was banned. Thought you should know.
Who? So it looks like there's different ones for
Hello.
each.
Wapinion says.
Haha.
Translated from Tagalog.
Ugh. Empty chair raid.
Ouch. Probably missed that one with a 12. A 24 on the second.